Weaponized forgiveness. Forgiveness is typically seen as a noble act, a gesture of empathy, kindness, and emotional generosity. It's something we encourage and praise, believing it to be crucial for healing and personal growth. But what happens when forgiveness itself is twisted into a tool of manipulation? When, instead of genuine healing, forgiveness becomes a weapon designed to maintain power and control? This dark form of manipulation is known as weaponized forgiveness, and narcissists frequently employ it with chilling effectiveness. Weaponized forgiveness involves the strategic granting of forgiveness not to resolve conflict, but to create obligation, guilt, or indebtedness. Narcissists using this tactic don't truly forgive. Instead, they grant a superficial pardon designed to manipulate their victim into submission, ensuring emotional dependency and continuous indebtedness. This twisted forgiveness carries conditions and strings attached, subtly communicating that the victim now owes gratitude or compliance in exchange for receiving mercy. What makes weaponized forgiveness especially damaging is how effectively it masquerades as compassion or generosity. Victims often feel confusion and guilt when sensing discomfort around the narcissist's apparent forgiveness, convinced they should feel grateful rather than wary. Because society places forgiveness on a pedestal, recognizing its manipulation can be challenging, leaving victims isolated in their uncertainty. Consider the relationship between Brian and his father, Martin. Throughout Brian's childhood, Martin was emotionally distant, critical, and dismissive, causing significant emotional wounds. As an adult, Brian courageously confronts Martin, expressing deep pain caused by years of neglect and criticism. Initially, Martin reacts with anger and defensiveness, but later, Martin dramatically announces he forgives Brian for his harsh accusations, appearing benevolent and magnanimous. Martin's forgiveness is lavishly expressed, as if he's nobly rising above Brian's supposed wrongdoing. Brian, startled and confused, feels instantly guilty. Martin has cleverly reversed roles, painting himself as a gracious victim who generously forgives Brian's unjust accusations. This calculated forgiveness places Brian in an emotional debt. Now, whenever Brian expresses legitimate hurt or seeks accountability, Martin swiftly reminds him of this supposedly generous forgiveness, making Brian feel guilty, ungrateful, and unreasonable. The message is clear. Martin's forgiveness was conditional, granted to silence Brian and maintain emotional dominance. Each time conflict arises thereafter, Martin uses weaponized forgiveness to invalidate Brian's feelings and avoid genuine accountability. "I already forgave you for how you treated me," Martin reminds him gently, subtly suggesting Brian is irrational or selfish. To bring up past wounds again, Brian becomes trapped, unable to voice legitimate concerns without being labeled as ungrateful or cruel, reinforcing Martin's control and emotional dominance. Recognizing weaponized forgiveness requires deep emotional awareness. Authentic forgiveness seeks healing, reconciliation, and genuine mutual understanding. It carries no hidden conditions or implied debts. Manipulative forgiveness, however, subtly demands repayment, compliance, or silence from the recipient. If receiving forgiveness consistently leaves you feeling indebted, obligated, or guilty, rather than relieved and genuinely understood, weaponized forgiveness may be at play. Protecting yourself begins with maintaining clear emotional boundaries and recognizing genuine forgiveness versus manipulative tactics. Be wary of forgiveness offered dramatically or publicly, especially when it's used repeatedly to silence or invalidate your legitimate emotions. Acknowledge your feelings openly, validating your perceptions rather than dismissing them due to guilt or confusion. Seek support from trusted individuals who can provide clarity and perspective, helping dismantle manipulation by shining a clear light on hidden emotional transactions. Understanding weaponized forgiveness equips you to resist manipulation, and reclaim your emotional autonomy. Real forgiveness restores relationships, heals emotional wounds, and genuinely resolves conflicts. It never creates emotional debts or conditions. Remember, true forgiveness is offered freely, unconditionally, and compassionately. When forgiveness becomes weaponized, your best defense is awareness. Clearly seeing and naming the manipulation neutralizes its hidden power, allowing authentic healing and genuine emotional connections to emerge. Time distortion. Imagine sitting down to dinner with someone you trust, your guard down and ready for a relaxing evening. As the meal progresses, your partner casually mentions an incident that happened months ago, recalling it vividly, but there's something off. The details they're describing don't quite match your memory. You begin to doubt yourself. Did it really happen like that? Or perhaps, was it yesterday, last week, or even last year? Welcome to the unsettling world of time distortion, a cunning manipulation tactic that narcissists use to destabilize your grasp on reality by deliberately altering or reframing events, timelines, or sequences of memories. Time distortion isn't simply forgetfulness or misunderstanding. It's a calculated maneuver designed to disorient and confuse. Narcissists subtly shift details or deliberately rearrange events, making you question your recollection of the past. The objective isn't merely to win an argument or avoid blame. It's far more insidious. Their aim is to undermine your trust in your perception, gradually eroding your confidence until you become reliant on them for clarity and truth. It leaves you constantly second-guessing your judgment, trapped in uncertainty and anxiety. Consider this scenario. Julia and her boyfriend Ethan attended a friend's birthday party last Friday. They laughed, danced, and had an enjoyable time. But the following week, Ethan casually remarks how strange it was that Julia embarrassed herself by arguing with someone at the party. Julia pauses, confused. She remembers a lovely evening, but now Ethan insists she had a loud, drunken dispute with another guest. He describes it vividly, others looking awkwardly away, whispers around the room. Julia feels a knot forming in her stomach. She has no recollection of this argument, yet Ethan insists it happened exactly as he describes. Over the next few days, he reinforces this version, leaving Julia questioning her own memory. Gradually, she withdraws socially, terrified she might humiliate herself again. Ethan has successfully distorted Julia's perception of time and events, keeping her off balance and easily controlled. The power of this tactic lies in subtlety. Narcissists rarely distort major events in blatant ways. Instead, they carefully alter minor details, enough to plant doubt but subtle enough to seem believable. When you challenge them, they feign confusion or sympathy. "Oh, I thought you remembered. Maybe you're just stressed lately," they say gently, appearing concerned. The hidden message? Your memory is unreliable. Theirs is dependable. Over time, victims begin doubting their ability to recall events accurately, leading them to feel isolated and dependent on their manipulator for guidance and affirmation. This tactic makes it incredibly difficult to confront abuse or manipulation because the victim no longer trusts their internal compass. They may even defend the narcissist to others, convinced that their own perception is faulty and the narcissist is their anchor to reality. Understanding and identifying time distortion is essential to reclaiming your autonomy and perception. Trust your gut feelings. If something doesn't feel right or match your memory, pause and reflect independently. Speak with trusted friends or write down events soon after they happen, creating your own record of reality. Recognizing this tactic strips it of power, allowing you to rebuild your confidence in your own perceptions, memories, and experiences. Remember, clarity is your greatest weapon against manipulation. Deflection through humor. Humor has a powerful place in our lives. It lifts our spirits, diffuses tension, and connects us with others. But when humor becomes a carefully calculated diversion, it transforms into something far less benign. Deflection through humor is a subtle, insidious manipulation tactic frequently used by narcissists to avoid accountability, undermine legitimate concerns, and leave their victims doubting their own reactions and feelings. At first glance, humor seems innocent, even positive. It masks harshness behind laughter, cleverly turning a genuine concern or serious discussion into a joke. But beneath its playful facade, deflection through humor serves a very intentional purpose: to derail uncomfortable conversations and dismiss valid emotions, leaving the victim feeling confused, invalidated, and often embarrassed. The power of this tactic lies precisely in its subtlety and ambiguity. Victims who object to humorously delivered criticisms or dismissals are easily labeled oversensitive or accused of lacking a sense of humor. As a result, they hesitate to speak up, silenced by the fear of appearing humorless or overly serious. This silencing reinforces the narcissist's control, allowing them to sidestep responsibility while simultaneously weakening their victim's confidence and emotional clarity. Consider Rebecca and her partner, Chris. Whenever Rebecca tries to discuss something serious, such as feeling neglected or hurt by Chris's behavior, he quickly turns the topic into a joke. For instance, Rebecca gently expresses feeling ignored when Chris prioritizes his hobbies over their relationship. Rather than addressing her concerns, Chris smiles playfully, teasing, "Wow, someone's a little clingy today. Should I install a GPS tracker on myself?" He laughs, and Rebecca forces a weak smile, uncertain how to respond. Initially, Rebecca tries to clarify, explaining she's serious, that it genuinely hurts, but Chris doubles down, continuing the humor, feigning exaggerated fear. Uh-oh, now she's really mad. Better call for backup. Rebecca, feeling increasingly ridiculous, abandons the conversation, questioning whether she's overly sensitive or humorless. Chris's humor effectively derails the discussion, dismissing Rebecca's legitimate feelings entirely. This pattern repeats whenever Rebecca raises concerns, effectively training her into silence. She soon learns expressing hurt only results in embarrassment, confusion, and a deeper sense of isolation. Chris, meanwhile, avoids accountability entirely. By constantly using humor to dismiss Rebecca's emotions, he maintains emotional dominance and control, ensuring she never fully challenges his behavior. Deflection through humor often disguises criticism or emotional neglect behind seemingly playful remarks. Victims internalize feelings of inadequacy or confusion, convinced their negative reactions must reflect their own deficiencies rather than legitimate emotional responses. Over time, they stop voicing concerns altogether, silenced by self-doubt and fear of ridicule. Recognizing deflection through humor involves paying close attention to emotional responses. Genuine humor uplifts, connects, and diffuses tension positively. Manipulative humor invalidates, belittles, and dismisses valid emotions or serious conversations. If humor consistently derails important discussions, leaving you feeling confused, embarrassed, or invalidated, this tactic may be at play. Protecting yourself begins with trusting your emotional instincts. Clearly communicate when humor feels inappropriate or dismissive, firmly yet calmly insisting your concerns be taken seriously. Document patterns objectively, noting how humor is employed to avoid accountability or dismiss feelings. Seek validation from trusted friends or professionals who can offer clarity and perspective, helping dismantle the manipulator's hidden power. By understanding deflection through humor, you reclaim your emotional voice, restoring confidence and clarity. Authentic relationships handle serious conversations openly and respectfully, never hiding behind humor to evade responsibility. Remember, laughter should bring connection and healing, not serve as a smokescreen for manipulation. Recognizing this tactic clearly empowers you to dismantle its subtle control, paving the way for genuine emotional honesty, mutual respect, and true emotional intimacy. Ambient abuse. Have you ever felt uncomfortable or anxious without quite knowing why, sensing something was off but unable to pinpoint exactly what it was? This feeling isn't accidental. It's often the result of a subtle yet relentless manipulation known as ambient abuse. Unlike more overt forms of emotional manipulation, ambient abuse is elusive, almost invisible. It's a quiet, gradual erosion of your emotional security and confidence, masterfully conducted by narcissists to ensure you question your reality without ever seeing clear evidence of wrongdoing. Ambient abuse is like a low-level hum of negativity or disapproval that's constantly playing in the background of your interactions. It's not explosive, obvious, or easily identifiable. Rather, it's slow, steady, and insidiously effective. The narcissist creates an environment charged with uncertainty and discomfort through vague criticisms, subtle put-downs, or disguised insults, gradually chipping away at your self-esteem until you begin doubting yourself instinctively. Consider Sophie and her husband Liam. On the surface, Liam seems charming, attentive, and kind-hearted. Friends envy Sophie, often telling her how lucky she is. But behind closed doors, Liam employs ambient abuse with practiced ease. He never yells or openly insults her. Instead, he gently plants seeds of doubt through small remarks and subtle actions. When Sophie excitedly shares news of her promotion, Liam smiles faintly, offering only muted praise before slipping in a soft, ambiguous comment like, "I'm surprised they picked you, considering how competitive your colleagues are." The remark hangs in the air, leaving Sophie momentarily confused, questioning if Liam truly intended to hurt her or if she misunderstood him. Over time, these tiny, relentless pinpricks accumulate. Sophie begins hesitating before sharing her achievements, worrying about Liam's subtle skepticism or lack of enthusiasm. Even when she's away from home, his carefully calibrated words echo in her mind, undermining her confidence. During critical moments, she begins feeling constantly anxious, yet struggles to identify why. Liam hasn't explicitly hurt her, hasn't yelled or openly insulted her. The ambiguity makes her reluctant to speak up, fearing she'll sound irrational or overly sensitive. Ambient abuse thrives precisely because of this confusion, making it difficult for victims like Sophie to pinpoint and articulate exactly what's happening to them. Narcissists who use ambient abuse often portray themselves as supportive and loving to outsiders, creating an added layer of confusion. Victims might hear comments from friends and family like, "You're so lucky to have someone who cares so much," or "You two seem perfect together," reinforcing their confusion and making them feel isolated in their uncertainty. They begin wondering if perhaps the problem lies within themselves, further amplifying their self-doubt and vulnerability. Understanding ambient abuse is crucial to overcoming its damaging effects. Recognizing it involves paying close attention to patterns and feelings rather than isolated incidents. If you find yourself constantly uneasy, second-guessing your judgment, or perpetually anxious around someone, even though they rarely explicitly mistreat you, it's vital to trust those instincts. Ambient abuse thrives in silence, ambiguity, and isolation, making clarity your strongest defense. To reclaim your power, start journaling incidents as objectively as possible, noting how certain interactions leave you feeling afterward. Over time, this record can reveal clear patterns of manipulation, helping you see through the fog of confusion the abuser has carefully woven around you. By acknowledging and naming ambient abuse, you diminish its hidden strength, regaining control over your emotional well-being and confidence. Remember, the power of ambient abuse fades the moment you shine a clear, unwavering light upon it. Reverse victimhood. In every conflict, there's usually someone genuinely harmed, a true victim deserving empathy and support. But sometimes, a skilled manipulator flips this script, turning reality upside down and painting themselves as the injured party. This deceptive tactic is called reverse victimhood, a powerful weapon in the arsenal of narcissists who use it to evade accountability, gain sympathy, and maintain control. Reverse victimhood occurs when the true aggressor strategically portrays themselves as a victim, completely reversing the roles in a conflict. Rather than acknowledging responsibility for hurtful actions, the narcissist skillfully twists facts, manipulates emotions, and claims to be the one suffering injustice. Victims are left confused, guilt-ridden, and desperate to fix the perceived harm they've inflicted, despite being the actual target of abuse. This manipulation tactic is disturbingly effective because it exploits natural human empathy. When someone convincingly presents themselves as vulnerable, hurt, or unfairly treated, our immediate instinct is often to comfort and protect them. Narcissists count on this instinct, harnessing it to shift blame, gain sympathy, and ensure their victim remains emotionally obligated, controlled, and dependent. Consider the story of Daniel and his partner, Mia. During their relationship, Mia repeatedly belittles Daniel, subtly undermining his self-esteem through critical remarks and dismissive behavior. Eventually, Daniel gathers the courage to confront Mia, clearly expressing how her constant criticism deeply hurts him. Rather than acknowledging his feelings or taking responsibility, Mia instantly becomes tearful, adopting a posture of profound sadness and wounded innocence. Suddenly, she is the victim, overwhelmed and devastated by Daniel's accusations. Mia immediately redefines the narrative. Instead of addressing Daniel's genuine pain, she shifts the focus onto herself, tearfully lamenting how hard she works to support Daniel emotionally, claiming that no matter what she does, he always finds fault with her. Daniel, confused and guilt-stricken, finds himself apologizing instead, desperately reassuring Mia that he didn't intend to hurt her feelings. Suddenly, Daniel's own hurt vanishes into obscurity, replaced by his frantic attempts to soothe Mia's distress she manufactured specifically to evade responsibility. This manipulation is both subtle and powerful, because Mia portrays herself convincingly as hurt and misunderstood. Daniel begins doubting his own feelings, wondering if perhaps he was overly harsh or unfair. Mia successfully reverses victimhood, deflecting blame entirely and reinforcing control. Daniel remains trapped in a cycle of confusion, self-doubt, and emotional exhaustion, convinced he's the one causing pain, even though he initially tried to address genuine emotional harm inflicted upon him. Identifying reverse victimhood requires careful observation and self-awareness. Notice whether conflicts consistently shift from your legitimate concerns to the manipulator's supposed suffering, effectively silencing your voice. Do you frequently leave interactions feeling guilty or apologetic, even when you initiated conversations about your own valid hurt or needs? If so, reverse victimhood might be at play. To defend against this tactic, maintain emotional clarity by documenting conversations and interactions objectively. Practice emotional detachment in conflicts, observing carefully how the other person responds. If the dialogue consistently shifts to their victimhood, despite clear evidence of their harmful behavior, recognize this dynamic as manipulative. Maintaining firm boundaries, refusing to engage in unnecessary guilt, and clearly stating your truth can help neutralize reverse victimhood. Understanding reverse victimhood empowers you to resist manipulation and reclaim your voice. True relationships acknowledge mutual accountability, genuinely address conflicts, and work toward resolution, never twisting reality to escape responsibility. Remember, recognizing manipulation clearly is your greatest weapon. Once exposed, the narcissist's false victimhood loses its power, allowing genuine emotional healing and authentic interactions to emerge. Dog whistling. Language is more than just words. It's also hidden signals, silent implications, and carefully chosen cues. Among the subtle methods of manipulation, dog whistling stands out as one of the most cunning and insidious. This tactic involves communicating harmful, critical, or demeaning messages indirectly, cloaked in language that seems harmless or innocent to everyone but the intended victim. Much like a high-pitched whistle audible only to dogs, dog whistling and manipulation is detectable solely by the targeted individual, allowing narcissists to maintain plausible deniability while delivering emotionally devastating blows. Dog whistling thrives because it creates a private, unsettling reality known only to the victim. To outsiders, the manipulator appears pleasant, charming, even complimentary, yet beneath this seemingly benign exterior lies an intentional message specifically crafted to hurt, belittle, or undermine. Because only the victim hears the hidden message, they begin to doubt themselves, wondering if they're imagining slights or overreacting. Over time, victims often remain silent, isolated by confusion and self-doubt, trapped in a reality shaped entirely by the manipulator. Consider the story of Laura and her mother-in-law, Vivian. At every family gathering, Vivian openly compliments Laura's cooking, smiling warmly and saying things like, "Laura, it's wonderful how you managed to create something so edible considering your busy schedule." To everyone else at the table, Vivian's remark appears genuinely appreciative, maybe even kind-hearted. But Laura hears the hidden jab clearly. Vivian has previously criticized her cooking abilities privately, labeling her meals bland or amateurish. The phrase "something edible" becomes Vivian's coded way of subtly ridiculing Laura in front of others, safe behind the mask of innocent praise. Laura feels hurt and unsettled, but hesitates to speak up. After all, everyone else believes Vivian is kind and supportive, leaving Laura isolated in her discomfort. When Laura does attempt to voice concern, family members dismiss her feelings, assuring her she's misinterpreting innocent compliments. Laura becomes trapped in confusion, doubting her own perception and feeling increasingly anxious during family gatherings, exactly as Vivian intends. Dog whistling manipulates the victim into a helpless position, where confronting the hidden insult risks appearing irrational or overly sensitive. The narcissist remains protected behind plausible deniability, ensuring they're rarely challenged or exposed. Victims internalize the confusion and emotional pain, struggling alone with invisible wounds, unsure how to validate their feelings or seek support. Recognizing dog whistling requires careful attention to emotional responses and patterns. If you consistently feel targeted or hurt by seemingly innocent remarks from someone, trust your instincts. Notice if phrases carry hidden references known only to you, subtly referring to past criticisms, insecurities, or painful memories. Authentic compliments or neutral statements should uplift and affirm, never carrying hidden criticisms or undermining messages. Protect yourself by clearly identifying and naming this manipulation tactic, even privately. Maintain emotional boundaries, recognizing manipulative intentions hidden beneath seemingly harmless words. Document incidents objectively, noting patterns and triggers, and seek external validation from trusted individuals who can affirm your perceptions. Refuse to internalize subtle attacks. Your emotional clarity and self-awareness are powerful defenses against manipulation. Understanding dog whistling empowers you to dismantle its hidden power, restoring emotional confidence and clarity. Healthy relationships foster clear communication, genuine respect, and mutual emotional safety, never relying on hidden messages to control, belittle, or hurt. Remember, your emotions and instincts matter. When someone weaponizes subtle language against you, your best response is clarity and awareness. Recognizing this covert manipulation clearly strips away its effectiveness, leaving you emotionally secure, aware, and free from hidden harm. Covert sabotage. Imagine finally landing the opportunity you've dreamed about, a chance for career advancement, a personal goal, or simply an achievement you've worked tirelessly to reach. You're excited, energized, and full of hope. But then, mysteriously, small obstacles start appearing. Emails go missing, deadlines seem miscommunicated, or important resources vanish at crucial moments. On the surface, these issues seem random or coincidental, yet underneath lurks a darker reality. Covert sabotage, a subtle, calculated manipulation tactic narcissists use to undermine your success while maintaining plausible deniability. Covert sabotage is deceptive and carefully hidden. Unlike open sabotage, where damage is blatant and identifiable, covert sabotage operates quietly in the shadows, often disguised as accidental mistakes or unfortunate mishaps. The narcissist responsible appears helpful and supportive outwardly, even expressing sympathy when things go wrong. But secretly, they're orchestrating your failures to maintain control, diminish your confidence, or simply ensure you never surpass them in success or status. The frightening effectiveness of covert sabotage lies in its subtlety. Victims often doubt their instincts, attributing setbacks to their own carelessness or bad luck. They rarely suspect the narcissist, especially when that person is outwardly supportive, feigning confusion or concern when confronted. Consider the story of Alex, an ambitious graphic designer who finally received a prestigious project at his firm. This was his opportunity to shine, to secure a promotion he'd long sought. His co-worker and apparent friend, James, congratulated him warmly, promising his full support. Yet, as Alex progressed, strange issues began cropping up. Important files went missing hours before key presentations, forcing Alex into frantic, last-minute preparations. Meeting invitations mysteriously disappeared from his calendar, causing him to arrive late or appear disorganized. Even his email communications seemed compromised, leading to misunderstandings with his superiors. When Alex shared these frustrations with James, his co-worker offered sympathy and helpful suggestions, always expressing shock at Alex's misfortune. James appeared genuinely concerned, further obscuring his involvement. In truth, James was covertly sabotaging Alex's efforts, quietly deleting emails, moving or hiding files, and deliberately misinforming Alex's colleagues about meeting times and project details. The sabotage was so carefully executed that Alex struggled to recognize the pattern. He initially blamed himself, internalizing failures as personal shortcomings, which steadily eroded his confidence. Over time, Alex's performance suffered significantly, affecting his reputation and weakening his chances of advancement. Meanwhile, James continued to thrive, subtly positioning himself as the reliable alternative in the eyes of management. This example demonstrates precisely why covert sabotage is so powerful. It leaves victims doubting their own competence, isolating them from support, and making it nearly impossible to hold the perpetrator accountable. Victims who do sense foul play often hesitate to speak up, fearing accusations of paranoia or incompetence. After all, how do you prove deliberate sabotage when everything can be explained away as innocent mistakes? To protect yourself from covert sabotage, trust your instincts when patterns emerge. Keep meticulous records, document unusual occurrences, and maintain clear, written communication whenever possible. Share your experiences with someone trustworthy to help validate your perceptions. By shining a light on subtle patterns and inconsistencies, you strip covert sabotage of its hidden power. Understanding this tactic empowers you to reclaim your confidence and assert control over your circumstances. Remember, covert sabotage thrives only in darkness and doubt. By recognizing it clearly, you neutralize its impact and ensure that your success remains firmly in your hands. False humility. Picture this. You're attending a social gathering and someone stands out by seemingly downplaying their accomplishments, brushing off praise with shy smiles and modest phrases like, "Oh, it was nothing," or "anyone could have done it." At first glance, they appear refreshingly humble, approachable, perhaps even likable, but beneath the surface lies something more cunning: false humility, a sophisticated manipulation tactic narcissists use to subtly draw attention, extract validation, and maintain control over how others perceive them. False humility is the art of appearing humble while secretly craving admiration and attention. It's a carefully constructed facade designed to manipulate others into offering reassurance, praise, or even apologies, all under the guise of modesty. Unlike genuine humility, which is a sincere acknowledgement of one's limitations and strengths, false humility involves feigning modesty to manipulate social perceptions and secure emotional or psychological advantage. The power of false humility lies precisely in its subtlety. Narcissists employing this tactic avoid overt boasting or arrogant displays. Instead, they strategically minimize their own successes or talents, prompting others to step in and shower them with reassurance, praise, or validation. The result? A powerful dynamic where the narcissist receives continuous admiration without ever appearing arrogant or demanding. Take the story of Lisa, a successful writer known in her community for apparent modesty and grace. At every public reading or book launch, Lisa consistently deflects praise, softly whispering that her work isn't very special or even particularly good. Her modest remarks inevitably elicit immediate reassurance from her fans and peers, who rush to assure her otherwise, showering her with accolades and attention. To outsiders, Lisa appears humble, gracious, perhaps even vulnerable. Yet behind the scenes, Lisa carefully orchestrates these moments, fully aware that her supposed modesty earns her more admiration than open self-praise ever could. On social media, Lisa frequently posts statuses suggesting uncertainty or doubt about her talent, inviting comments of encouragement. Statements like, "Not sure if this new book is any good, maybe I'm losing my touch," provoke immediate validation from her followers, who flood her comments with praise, reassurance, and encouragement. The irony is deliberate. By feigning humility, Lisa expertly draws far more attention and admiration than if she openly celebrated her success. False humility isn't just about fishing for compliments. It's a subtle tool narcissists use to maintain a favorable image while manipulating the emotional responses of others. Victims caught in this dynamic often feel compelled to reassure, encourage, and validate the narcissist constantly, never suspecting manipulation because humility feels inherently authentic and likable. The victim feels obligated, perhaps even guilty, if they fail to provide emotional support or affirmation. Recognizing false humility involves observing patterns and inconsistencies. Does the humble individual repeatedly deflect praise only to indirectly encourage more attention and admiration? Is their modesty always public, conveniently performed when others are watching, yet conspicuously absent privately? Genuine humility doesn't require constant reassurance. False humility thrives upon it. If you sense someone employing false humility, maintain emotional boundaries and observe rather than immediately jumping to reassure or validate them, offering brief, genuine praise without indulging repeated reassurance. Seeking helps to dismantle the power of this tactic. Over time, refusing to play into the cycle of false humility can lessen its manipulative influence, allowing healthier, more authentic interactions to emerge. Understanding false humility equips you to distinguish genuine modesty from manipulation. Remember, humility is quiet strength, not a subtle plea for constant praise. By recognizing and responding clearly to false humility, you reclaim control, protect your emotional energy, and build relationships founded on authenticity rather than manipulative appearances. Micro-Betrayals. A tiny crack on the surface of a porcelain vase can appear insignificant at first glance, easily overlooked and dismissed. Yet over time, these seemingly minor fractures multiply, quietly spreading until one day the vase shatters unexpectedly. Micro-betrayals operate in much the same way, small, subtle acts of disloyalty that individually seem trivial, but collectively destroy trust and emotional security. This manipulative tactic is frequently employed by narcissists who carefully deploy these miniature betrayals to gradually erode a victim's self-worth, confidence, and sense of reality. Micro-betrayals aren't loud or dramatic. They're deceptively subtle, hiding behind the facade of harmless mistakes, accidental slips, or forgetfulness. Because they occur quietly, without immediate alarm, victims rarely perceive the true damage until it's substantial. Each micro-betrayal, like a casual breaking of a small promise, a subtle dismissal of someone's feelings, or seemingly accidental disclosures of private information, appears harmless on its own. But the cumulative effect steadily undermines a victim's emotional stability, causing confusion, doubt, and deep-seated insecurity. Consider Rachel and her trusted coworker, Clara. At first, Clara seemed genuinely supportive, someone Rachel felt comfortable confiding in at work. However, over time, Clara began subtly betraying Rachel's trust in minor ways. Rachel might share confidential frustrations about a project or colleague, trusting Clara to keep the information private. Yet soon after, Rachel would notice subtle hints from coworkers that her private conversations had somehow leaked out. Whenever Rachel confronted Clara, Clara convincingly expressed surprise, appearing genuinely apologetic and insisting the disclosure was accidental. These micro-betrayals continued, each one small enough to be plausibly denied. Occasionally, Clara might forget to include Rachel on important emails or meetings, resulting in Rachel appearing unprepared or uninformed. Clara always provided believable explanations, leaving Rachel unsure whether these were genuine mistakes or deliberate sabotage. With each incident, Rachel found herself increasingly doubting her perceptions, convinced she might be overreacting or misinterpreting innocent behavior. Gradually, Rachel's confidence began deteriorating. She felt anxious at work, second-guessing her instincts and abilities. The seemingly innocent betrayals, each minor individually, had accumulated into a significant emotional wound. Rachel started isolating herself, unsure whom she could trust, yet struggling to articulate exactly why she felt so unsettled. The danger of micro-betrayals lies precisely in their subtlety. Victims often dismiss their emotional reactions, attributing their anxiety to oversensitivity or misunderstanding. This confusion allows narcissists to continue their manipulative patterns undetected, maintaining control over their victims' emotional states and perceptions. Recognizing micro-betrayals requires paying close attention to emotional responses and patterns. Trust your instincts. If repeated interactions leave you feeling dismissed, betrayed, or anxious, even without obvious wrongdoing, these subtle betrayals may be at play. Keep track of incidents and observe how small, seemingly unrelated events collectively impact your emotional well-being. This practice can clarify the covert manipulations at work, empowering you to reclaim control over your emotional health. Awareness is key to defending yourself against micro-betrayals. By identifying this subtle manipulation clearly, you reduce its power and regain your strength. Authentic relationships thrive on consistent trust and mutual respect, never on hidden betrayals masked as harmless mistakes. Remember, recognizing these subtle emotional fractures early can prevent greater damage, preserving your emotional resilience and protecting your ability to trust. Strategic silence. Silence can be comforting, peaceful, or reflective, but in the hands of a skilled manipulator, it transforms into a weapon more powerful than words. Strategic silence is a sophisticated manipulation tactic used by narcissists to exert control, punish, and destabilize their victims. Unlike an angry outburst or direct confrontation, strategic silence leaves the victim drowning in uncertainty, fear, and anxiety with no clear way of addressing or resolving the issue. At first, strategic silence may seem harmless, a momentary withdrawal, perhaps interpreted as thoughtfulness or contemplation. But as minutes stretch into hours, days, or even weeks, the silence grows deafening, becoming a powerful emotional weapon. Victims are left desperate for connection, answers, and reassurance, creating a devastating imbalance of power. Strategic silence isn't simply ignoring someone, it's a deliberate, calculated refusal to communicate, often employed at crucial or emotionally charged moments. By withholding responses, the narcissist maintains control, forcing the victim into a vulnerable, uncertain position. This silence triggers deep-seated fears of abandonment, rejection, or inadequacy, leaving the victim anxious, confused, and desperate to restore harmony, usually at their own expense. Consider the story of Michael and his partner, Lauren. Following a minor disagreement, Michael expresses his feelings honestly, hoping to resolve the issue quickly. Rather than responding, Lauren suddenly goes silent, her demeanor cold and distant. Michael, confused but initially patient, attempts multiple times to reach out, apologizing, even though he isn't quite sure why he's at fault. Each message he sends remains unanswered, each call declined. Lauren's silence isn't explosive, it's controlled, calculated, and punishing. As hours turn into days, Michael's anxiety spirals. He replays the interaction obsessively, searching for a mistake, something he must have done or said to deserve this punishment. Self-doubt consumes him, eroding his confidence, leaving him desperate for reconciliation. Eventually, unable to bear the silence any longer, Michael apologizes profusely, begging Lauren for forgiveness, even though he still doesn't fully understand his supposed wrongdoing. Only after Michael's complete emotional surrender does Lauren finally break her silence, graciously offering forgiveness while subtly reinforcing her dominance and control. The insidious power of strategic silence lies precisely in its ambiguity and plausible deniability. If Michael confronts Lauren about her manipulative tactic, she can easily deny wrongdoing, claiming she simply needed space or was busy, subtly implying Michael is overly sensitive or paranoid. Victims of strategic silence frequently find themselves doubting their instincts, unsure if they're justified in feeling hurt or manipulated. This creates an environment where the victim constantly tries to avoid triggering another punishing silence, submitting willingly to the narcissist's desires or demands. Recognizing strategic silence involves understanding the intention behind prolonged periods of unresponsiveness. Healthy individuals communicate their needs clearly, even when upset or angry, aiming for mutual understanding or resolution. Narcissists, however, weaponize silence to control, punish, or destabilize their victims. If you repeatedly find yourself feeling anxious, powerless, or desperate to appease someone who frequently employs silence against you, strategic silence might be at play. Protecting yourself from this manipulative tactic begins with identifying patterns and trusting your instincts. If someone consistently withdraws communication during conflicts rather than openly discussing and resolving issues, consider setting clear boundaries and refusing to engage with this manipulative dynamic. Maintain emotional clarity by documenting these episodes and seeking outside support or validation. By clearly recognizing strategic silence, you reclaim your emotional autonomy, reducing its effectiveness as a manipulation tactic. Remember, silence should never be a weapon. It should be a respectful space for reflection, mutual growth, and understanding. When silence becomes strategic, awareness and emotional clarity are your strongest defenses. Future faking. Imagine this. You're sitting across from someone you've just begun dating. They lean in close, eyes sparkling with excitement, painting vivid pictures of your future together. A beautiful house by the beach, exciting vacations in exotic places, and shared dreams coming true. It feels intoxicating, irresistible even, but slowly, months pass, and the promises remain just that, empty promises. Welcome to the manipulative world of future faking. Future faking is a sophisticated form of emotional manipulation commonly employed by narcissists, aimed at controlling their victims through fabricated visions of a shared future. Unlike innocent daydreaming or hopeful conversations about what could be, future faking involves intentionally deceiving someone about the future to secure trust, commitment, and emotional dependency. The beauty, or rather cruelty, of future faking lies in its simplicity and power. It exploits our deepest desires, our hunger for stability, happiness, and love. Narcissists use it to create an illusion of intimacy and connection without ever intending to deliver. By consistently dangling dreams just out of reach, they secure emotional investment and loyalty, binding their victim in anticipation and dependency. Take Emily and Mark as an example. Early in their relationship, Mark was charismatic, passionate, and seemingly devoted. Within weeks, he spoke of marriage, describing a perfect future where they'd raise children, travel the world, and achieve success together. Emily was enchanted, swept away by the beauty of his vision. Mark would talk in detail about specific plans, like their first vacation to Paris or their imagined dream home, complete with vivid descriptions that made everything seem tangible and real. However, as the relationship progressed, Emily noticed these promises never materialized. Each time she raised questions or expressed impatience, Mark had plausible explanations: financial setbacks, work complications, family emergencies, always something reasonable enough to prevent suspicion. Yet the promised future remained perpetually just out of reach, a shimmering mirage that kept Emily emotionally anchored, desperately hoping the beautiful dreams Mark spun would finally become reality. Months turned into years, and Emily found herself trapped in a cycle of hope and disappointment. She stayed not because the present was fulfilling, but because the future seemed too wonderful to abandon. This is precisely the power of future faking. It keeps victims invested in relationships based on what might someday happen, not on the current reality they experience. Recognizing future faking requires courage and self-awareness. It involves looking beyond beautiful promises and focusing instead on consistent actions. Genuine people align their words with actions. Narcissists, however, are masters at keeping victims emotionally invested while doing very little to fulfill their promises. They rely on your willingness to believe in their carefully crafted illusions. To break free, pay attention to patterns. If promises remain consistently unfulfilled and each missed opportunity is followed by more elaborate future promises rather than genuine efforts, you might be experiencing future faking. Keep track of these discrepancies and begin to measure a person's words against their actions. Trust must be earned, not just promised. Ultimately, the path to freedom lies in understanding that promises mean little without consistent, reliable follow-through. By seeing through the facade of future faking, you reclaim your power and protect yourself from emotional exploitation. Remember, a true relationship is built on trust, transparency, and actions, never solely on enticing dreams of what might someday be. Gaslighting by proxy. When we hear the term gaslighting, we usually imagine a direct manipulation, someone intentionally twisting reality, making their victim question their memories or sanity. But there's an even more insidious variant that narcissists use to control their victims without ever getting their hands dirty: gaslighting by proxy. In this sophisticated manipulation, the narcissist indirectly distorts reality by employing third parties to reinforce their false narrative, deepening the victim's confusion and self-doubt. Gaslighting by proxy occurs when the manipulator cleverly spreads misinformation, false stories, or subtle doubts about their victim to others, friends, family, colleagues, or even authorities, causing those third parties to unknowingly participate in the gaslighting process. These third parties then relay distorted information back to the victim, reinforcing the manipulator's false reality. As a result, victims are bombarded by misinformation from multiple sources, causing them to question their own perceptions deeply. The true power of gaslighting by proxy is its indirect nature. The narcissist rarely appears directly involved, skillfully concealing their manipulative tactics behind innocent interactions or casual conversations. Victims feel overwhelmed, questioning their sanity not only because of the narcissist's direct words, but because the very people they trust and respect begin echoing the narcissist's distorted perceptions. This validation from outside parties convinces victims they must be wrong or overly sensitive, further isolating them emotionally and socially. Consider Jenna and her partner Mark. Throughout their relationship, Mark regularly belittles Jenna privately, subtly undermining her confidence. When Jenna finally decides to confide in her best friend Rachel, seeking validation and support, she's stunned when Rachel responds skeptically. Rachel explains that Mark recently expressed concern to her privately, suggesting Jenna has been irrational, paranoid, and emotionally unstable lately. Rachel, genuinely concerned, gently advises Jenna to consider getting professional help. Unknown to Rachel, Mark had intentionally approached her first, subtly planting seeds of doubt about Jenna's emotional state. This calculated move ensures that when Jenna seeks support, she instead receives further confusion and invalidation. Jenna is devastated, convinced now that perhaps she truly is the problem. Mark's manipulation through Rachel has successfully reinforced his distorted narrative, leaving Jenna isolated, anxious, and trapped in self-doubt. Gaslighting by proxy is particularly dangerous because victims find themselves unable to distinguish reality clearly. Friends, family, or colleagues become unwitting tools, unknowingly aiding the narcissist in destabilizing and controlling their victim. Victims become trapped in a reality shaped by the manipulator, doubting their memories, perceptions, and emotions. Even worse, confronting the issue seems nearly impossible, as victims fear being labeled irrational, paranoid, or mentally unstable. Recognizing gaslighting by proxy involves carefully observing patterns and trusting your emotional instincts. Notice when multiple individuals suddenly express identical concerns or criticisms seemingly originating from the manipulator. Maintain clear, documented accounts of interactions and conversations, noting inconsistencies and discrepancies in the narratives you're presented. Seek independent verification whenever possible, relying on neutral sources unaffected by the narcissist's influence. To protect yourself, maintain emotional clarity and refuse to internalize distorted messages from external parties without careful evaluation. Clearly articulate your feelings and perceptions, even when confronted by multiple sources echoing the manipulator's narrative. Seek support from trustworthy individuals who remain independent and objective, unaffected by the manipulator's subtle influence. Understanding gaslighting by proxy empowers you to reclaim control of your emotional reality. Authentic relationships thrive on transparency, direct communication, and mutual respect, never employing third parties to distort perceptions or reinforce false narratives. Remember, your emotional instincts and clarity are your strongest defense. Once clearly identified, gaslighting by proxy loses its hidden power, allowing you to rebuild confidence and emotional security within a framework of truth and authenticity. Deflection through humor. Humor can be one of life's greatest joys, a social glue that binds people together, breaking tension and making challenging moments lighter. But in the hands of a skilled manipulator, laughter becomes a shield, a calculated way to avoid responsibility, dodge serious conversations, and subtly invalidate the emotions of others. This manipulation tactic, known as deflection through humor, allows narcissists to escape accountability by hiding behind playful banter, clever jokes, or sarcastic remarks, leaving their victims confused, uncertain, and silenced. The power of deflection through humor lies in its ambiguity. When humor is used this way, the line between innocent joking and deliberate emotional dismissal becomes blurred. If you protest or challenge the humorous remark, you risk appearing overly sensitive, uptight, or unable to take a joke. As a result, victims often hesitate to address the issue, internalizing their discomfort and accepting the invalidation quietly. Consider Megan and her husband, Eric. Whenever Megan tries to have a meaningful conversation about their relationship or express genuine feelings of hurt, Eric immediately resorts to humor. For example, Megan might mention how neglected she feels when Eric constantly cancels plans. Instead of acknowledging her emotions, Eric flashes a playful grin and jokes, "Whoa, careful, someone call the feelings police. Meg's getting emotional again." His tone is lighthearted, his smile contagious, making it difficult for Megan to respond seriously without seeming humorless or irrational. Initially, Megan laughs along, hoping Eric's humor indicates understanding or a willingness to listen. Yet as this pattern repeats, Megan finds herself growing increasingly anxious and confused. Each attempt at serious conversation is instantly diffused with jokes or sarcastic remarks, preventing any genuine emotional dialogue from occurring. Soon, Megan begins doubting the validity of her emotions entirely, convinced she might be overreacting or taking things too seriously. Eric's humorous deflection effectively silences her, allowing him to continue avoiding accountability without openly appearing dismissive or cruel. Deflection through humor is particularly insidious because victims often internalize their confusion and frustration, feeling guilty for even considering confronting their partner's playful remarks. The narcissist maintains a convenient escape route from responsibility, appearing likable and charismatic externally, while internally undermining their victims' emotional needs. Over time, victims become reluctant to voice concerns altogether, trained to expect embarrassment or invalidation whenever attempting genuine emotional conversations. Recognizing deflection through humor requires careful emotional awareness. Pay attention when humor consistently interrupts serious conversations, silencing valid feelings or leaving you feeling dismissed and invalidated. Authentic humor connects people and relieves tension without dismissing or belittling genuine emotions. Manipulative humor, by contrast, serves primarily to evade responsibility, subtly undermining emotional intimacy and trust. To protect yourself, clearly articulate when humor feels inappropriate or dismissive, firmly yet respectfully insisting your concerns be addressed genuinely. Communicate boundaries clearly, making it known that serious discussions deserve emotional respect and genuine engagement. Document incidents objectively, noting how humor consistently disrupts meaningful conversations or invalidates your emotions. Seek external validation and perspective from trusted individuals who can affirm the legitimacy of your feelings and help clarify manipulative patterns. By understanding deflection through humor, you reclaim your emotional voice, resisting manipulation and ensuring your concerns are heard and respected. Healthy relationships foster emotional honesty, mutual respect, and genuine dialogue, never resorting to humor to avoid accountability or silence meaningful conversation. Remember, laughter should heal and unite, not silence or invalidate. Recognizing this subtle manipulation tactic clearly empowers you to restore authentic communication, genuine intimacy, and emotional safety, replacing manipulative deflections with true connection and mutual respect. Narcissistic ghosting. In the world of modern dating and relationships, ghosting, a sudden and unexplained disappearance from someone's life, is unfortunately common. Yet, when this practice is wielded by a narcissist, it evolves into a uniquely cruel and manipulative weapon, narcissistic ghosting. Unlike ordinary ghosting, this tactic isn't merely about avoiding confrontation. It's a calculated move designed specifically to inflict emotional pain, provoke insecurity, and establish psychological control. At first glance, narcissistic ghosting seems to follow the standard pattern. A person abruptly ceases all communication, leaving their partner confused, hurt, and questioning their worth. But beneath the surface, the narcissist's intentions run deeper. Narcissists use ghosting not just to escape commitment or difficult conversations, but to deliberately destabilize their victims emotionally, leaving them vulnerable, dependent, and easy to manipulate. By vanishing without warning or explanation, the narcissist forces their victim into a state of uncertainty and anxiety, craving closure and answers that will never come. What sets narcissistic ghosting apart from ordinary ghosting is the calculated cruelty of its execution. The narcissist frequently uses ghosting as a punishment or power play, often after a period of intense affection or attachment, known as love bombing, to maximize emotional devastation. The sudden silence, contrasted against previous warmth and affection, leaves the victim bewildered and desperate, convinced they must have done something terribly wrong to provoke the narcissist's disappearance. Take Olivia and Jake, for instance. In the early stages of their relationship, Jake showered Olivia with attention, affection, and constant reassurance. He seemed emotionally invested, sincere, and deeply connected. Yet one day, without warning, Jake disappeared completely. Calls went unanswered, messages unread. Initially, Olivia assumed something terrible must have happened, perhaps an accident or sudden emergency. But gradually, the truth became apparent. Jake had deliberately vanished, providing no closure or explanation. Olivia found herself trapped in confusion, replaying every interaction obsessively, searching desperately for signs of what she might have done wrong. Her self-esteem began to crumble, her emotional stability shattered by Jake's calculated silence. Weeks later, when Jake finally resurfaced with a casual text, offering no apology or explanation, Olivia felt immense relief rather than anger. Overwhelmed by insecurity and fear of abandonment, she eagerly welcomed him back, exactly as Jake intended. Through narcissistic ghosting, Jake reinforced emotional dependence, making Olivia grateful simply to have him return, despite the profound emotional harm inflicted. This manipulative cycle often repeats itself, creating emotional dependency and psychological instability in victims. Narcissists use ghosting strategically, knowing their victims' desperation for answers and closure guarantees emotional control. Each disappearance reinforces feelings of insecurity, unworthiness, and dependence, leaving the victim trapped, constantly fearful of provoking another abandonment. Recognizing narcissistic ghosting requires careful self-awareness. Genuine relationships handle difficult situations through open, respectful communication, even when painful. If someone repeatedly vanishes without explanation, especially after intense affection or emotional closeness, narcissistic ghosting might be at play. Clearly, document and evaluate patterns of disappearance and reappearance, objectively assessing their impact on your emotional health. Protecting yourself begins with establishing firm emotional boundaries and refusing to tolerate manipulative behaviors disguised as simple misunderstandings or accidents. Clearly communicate expectations for respect and transparency, maintaining emotional clarity and independence. Seek support and validation from trusted individuals who provide objective perspective and emotional grounding, breaking the manipulative cycle through awareness and external clarity. Understanding narcissistic ghosting empowers you to reclaim your emotional autonomy ensuring you remain free from manipulative emotional cycles. Healthy relationships thrive on consistency, openness, and mutual respect, never on emotional manipulation or calculated cruelty. Remember, your emotional well-being matters deeply, and genuine connections respect this fundamental truth. Recognizing narcissistic ghosting clearly dismantles its hidden power, allowing genuine emotional healing, independence, and true relational intimacy to flourish. Context shifting. There's a subtle yet devastatingly effective tactic manipulators often use, one that quietly transforms genuine concerns into confusion, frustration, and self-doubt. Known as context shifting, this tactic involves deliberately changing the context of a conversation or an event to evade responsibility and divert blame. By doing this, the narcissist skillfully avoids accountability, leaving their victim bewildered and questioning their own perceptions and sanity. Context shifting operates like a sleight of hand trick performed by a magician. Just when you think you're addressing a legitimate issue, the narcissist quickly reframes the conversation, subtly introducing unrelated topics or selectively emphasizing different circumstances. Before you realize what's happening, you're no longer discussing the original concern. Instead, you find yourself entangled in entirely different arguments or accusations, often about yourself or your perceived flaws. Consider Hannah and her husband David. After repeatedly experiencing David's disrespectful behavior at social gatherings, such as openly criticizing her in front of friends, Hannah finally gathers the courage to confront him. Calmly, she expresses her hurt feelings, expecting David to acknowledge her emotions or apologize for his behavior. Instead, David quickly shifts context, smoothly responding, "Oh, now you're concerned about being respectful? Funny, because you had no problem ignoring me when your friends visited last month." Suddenly, Hannah's valid concern about David's public disrespect transforms into a conversation about her supposed past transgressions. Confused and frustrated, Hannah finds herself scrambling to defend an entirely unrelated incident, completely losing track of the original issue. David skillfully redirects the conversation, leaving Hannah feeling guilty, defensive, and even apologetic, despite initially being the injured party. Context shifting allows David to escape accountability effortlessly, leaving Hannah emotionally exhausted and increasingly uncertain of her right to voice legitimate concerns. The true power of context shifting lies in its subtlety. Victims often fail to notice when the conversation veers off course because the narcissist's shift seems logical or relevant initially. By the time the victim realizes what's happened, they're emotionally exhausted and confused, struggling to reclaim the original conversation's purpose. Over time, repeated context shifting conditions victims to remain silent, hesitant to raise concerns, fearing confusion or further emotional turmoil. Recognizing context shifting requires careful self-awareness and emotional clarity. Healthy conversations stay focused, directly addressing the initial concern or issue raised. If interactions repeatedly devolve into unrelated arguments, accusations, or defensive posturing, context shifting might be at play. Clearly document conversations and interactions, noting precisely when and how topics shift, and evaluate patterns objectively. Maintain emotional boundaries by calmly but firmly redirecting conversations back to the original issue whenever context shifting occurs. Protecting yourself from context shifting begins with understanding the narcissist's hidden motives clearly. Establish firm boundaries, clearly communicating your expectations for direct, respectful conversations. If context shifting occurs, gently but firmly restate your original concern, refusing to become entangled in unrelated arguments or defensive explanations. Seek external validation from trusted individuals who offer objective perspective, helping dismantle manipulative patterns through awareness and emotional clarity. Understanding context. Shifting empowers you to reclaim control over your emotional reality and interactions. Genuine relationships foster clear, honest communication, directly addressing concerns without manipulation or deflection. Remember, your emotions, concerns, and perceptions deserve genuine respect and acknowledgement. Recognizing this subtle yet powerful tactic clearly neutralizes its effectiveness, allowing authentic communication, emotional validation, and mutual respect to flourish, replacing manipulation with genuine intimacy and emotional safety. Sleep deprivation abuse. Sleep is more than just a restful pause at the end of the day. It's essential to our mental clarity, emotional stability, and overall health. But what happens when sleep becomes a weapon? Narcissists, ever adept at finding subtle yet devastating ways to manipulate their victims, sometimes turn to sleep deprivation abuse, a tactic designed to weaken, destabilize, and control their partners through intentional interference with rest. This method might appear less obvious than verbal abuse or emotional neglect, yet its effects are equally damaging and often more insidious, leaving victims exhausted, confused, and psychologically vulnerable. Sleep deprivation abuse involves deliberately disrupting or restricting someone's sleep, often under the guise of normal daily life, concern, or innocent disturbances. These interruptions can take numerous forms, initiating late-night arguments, repeatedly waking someone throughout the night with trivial requests or emotional dramas, making excessive noise during sleeping hours, or even creating anxiety-inducing situations right before bedtime. Over time, the cumulative effect erodes the victim's ability to think clearly, maintain emotional balance, or resist manipulation. Consider Sarah and her partner Tom. Initially, their relationship seemed loving, affectionate, and supportive, but as time passed, Tom began subtly exerting control through seemingly innocent interruptions during Sarah's sleep. Tom would frequently initiate serious, emotionally charged conversations late at night, demanding immediate attention when Sarah was exhausted and least capable of rational response. If Sarah tried to postpone the discussion until morning, Tom accused her of neglecting their relationship, creating guilt and anxiety. Tom also began making frequent noise at night, loudly watching television, playing music, or even engaging in exaggerated household chores. When Sarah complained, Tom feigned innocence, accusing her of being overly sensitive or unreasonable. Each interruption seemed minor on its own, yet cumulatively, these nightly disturbances left Sarah chronically exhausted, emotionally fragile, and unable to concentrate clearly. Her fatigue and confusion made her increasingly dependent on Tom for emotional stability, exactly as he intended. Sleep deprivation abuse is particularly insidious because it masquerades as innocent misunderstandings or harmless mistakes. Victims often hesitate to complain, believing their concerns seem trivial or exaggerated. Meanwhile, the manipulator maintains plausible deniability, appearing genuinely baffled or hurt by accusations, further isolating victims emotionally and socially. The prolonged lack of rest severely impairs judgment, memory, and emotional resilience, making victims highly susceptible to manipulation and control. Recognizing sleep deprivation abuse requires careful awareness of patterns and emotional responses. Healthy relationships prioritize mutual well-being, respecting boundaries, and acknowledging the importance of rest. If your sleep consistently suffers due to seemingly innocent yet repeated interruptions, especially before important events or during emotionally sensitive periods, consider carefully whether intentional manipulation is occurring. Document incidents objectively, noting the timing, frequency, and context of disruptions to clarify patterns clearly. Protecting yourself involves establishing firm boundaries regarding sleep and rest, clearly communicating the importance of uninterrupted rest to your emotional and physical health. Refuse to engage in emotionally charged discussions late at night, calmly insisting conversations take place during appropriate hours. Seek external validation from trusted friends, family, or professionals who can provide objective perspective and emotional clarity, breaking the manipulative cycle through clear awareness and emotional support. Understanding sleep deprivation abuse empowers you to reclaim control over your emotional and physical well-being, resisting manipulation through clarity and awareness. Genuine relationships prioritize respect, emotional safety, and mutual health, never weaponizing essential needs like sleep to control or destabilize a partner. Remember, your well-being and rest matter profoundly. Recognizing sleep deprivation abuse clearly dismantles its hidden power, restoring your emotional strength, independence, and stability, ensuring relationships built on authentic care, mutual respect, and genuine emotional intimacy. Selective competence. In every relationship or partnership, tasks and responsibilities are usually shared according to each person's strengths and abilities, but sometimes beneath a surface of apparent fairness lurks a subtle form of manipulation known as selective competence. This tactic involves intentionally demonstrating competence in certain tasks while claiming or feigning complete incompetence in others, particularly those tasks that the manipulator prefers to avoid. Narcissists skillfully exploit this selective incompetence, subtly coercing their partner into assuming a disproportionate share of responsibility, workload, and emotional labor. Selective competence is especially effective because it hides behind seemingly innocent claims of inadequacy or helplessness. A narcissist employing this tactic convincingly portrays themselves as unable to manage simple tasks or responsibilities that are inconvenient or undesirable, relying heavily on their partner's guilt, empathy, or frustration to take over those responsibilities instead. Over time, this creates a deeply imbalanced relationship dynamic, leaving victims feeling exhausted, resentful, and trapped. Consider Jason and his wife Emma. On the surface, Jason appears highly capable, responsible, and intelligent. At work, he manages complex projects with remarkable skill, receiving frequent praise from colleagues and superiors. Yet, when it comes to simple household chores, such as cooking, cleaning, or managing basic family responsibilities, Jason consistently claims incompetence. He regularly insists he doesn't know how to cook meals properly, or that he's terrible at remembering important family schedules or events. He portrays himself as genuinely helpless, convincing Emma that attempting these tasks himself would inevitably lead to mistakes or chaos. Initially, Emma assumes Jason's incompetence is sincere, willingly assuming additional responsibilities out of compassion or practicality. Gradually, however, she begins noticing glaring inconsistencies. Jason effortlessly prepares complex meals for friends or successfully manages intricate work schedules and deadlines. Yet at home, he repeatedly claims incapacity, particularly for tasks he dislikes. Emma becomes increasingly burdened, juggling the majority of domestic and emotional labor, while Jason conveniently avoids unwanted responsibilities. This selective competence leaves Emma feeling overwhelmed, resentful, yet strangely guilty about confronting Jason's supposed helplessness. Jason expertly employs emotional manipulation, appearing hurt or frustrated if Emma questions his capabilities. "I'm sorry I'm not perfect," Jason often sighs dramatically, subtly implying Emma is overly critical or unsupportive. This emotional manipulation ensures Emma remains trapped, hesitant to challenge the imbalance openly, fearing conflict, guilt, or accusations of being unfair or overly demanding. The true danger of selective competence lies in its subtlety and plausible deniability. Victims hesitate to label it manipulation, convinced their partner genuinely struggles or needs assistance. Over time, however, selective competence creates profound emotional exhaustion, resentment, and imbalance, eroding genuine partnership and emotional intimacy. Recognizing selective competence requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of behavior patterns. Notice inconsistencies clearly. Does someone manage complex tasks at work effortlessly, yet consistently claim helplessness in simple domestic responsibilities? If repeated attempts to teach or share these tasks result in exaggerated failure, frustration, or refusal to learn, selective competence might be at play. Protecting yourself involves clear communication of expectations, boundaries, and shared responsibilities. Calmly insist on fair division of labor, refusing to internalize guilt or emotional manipulation designed to avoid accountability. Encourage shared learning or compromise rather than repeatedly taking on unwanted tasks out of frustration or resignation. Document incidents objectively, noting clear inconsistencies and manipulation patterns, and seek external validation and support from trusted individuals who can provide emotional clarity and perspective. Understanding selective competence empowers you to reclaim balance and fairness within your relationship, replacing manipulation with authentic partnership and emotional intimacy. Healthy relationships foster genuine collaboration, mutual accountability, and shared responsibility, never relying on selective incompetence to evade fairness or manipulate emotional dynamics. Remember, your emotional and physical well-being depend on equitable partnership and mutual respect. Clearly, identifying selective competence dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine cooperation, balance, and authentic emotional connection to thrive. Guilt harvesting. Guilt is a universal human emotion, a powerful internal alarm system designed to alert us when we've harmed someone or violated our own moral compass. It can guide us toward empathy, accountability, and reconciliation. Yet, when guilt becomes weaponized by a manipulator, it transforms into a relentless emotional tool, leaving victims trapped, burdened, and helplessly compliant. This insidious manipulation technique is known as guilt harvesting, a subtle yet potent tactic frequently employed by narcissists to maintain emotional dominance, extract compliance, and evade responsibility. Guilt harvesting operates by carefully inducing and amplifying feelings of guilt within victims, even in situations where guilt is unjustified or unwarranted. Narcissists employing this tactic consistently portray themselves as wronged, victimized, or emotionally wounded by the actions, real or imagined, of their targets. Their manipulative power relies heavily on the victim's natural empathy and conscience, exploiting a genuine desire to avoid causing pain or harm. The effectiveness of guilt harvesting lies precisely in its subtlety and emotional confusion. Victims often internalize responsibility for emotional harm, genuinely believing they caused hurt or offense. Over time, the narcissist conditions the victim to feel chronically guilty, constantly striving to make amends or prove their worth, ultimately surrendering emotional autonomy and personal boundaries. Consider the relationship between Sophie and her mother, Angela. Throughout Sophie's life, Angela repeatedly portrayed herself as perpetually disappointed, subtly implying Sophie consistently failed to meet her expectations. If Sophie achieved academic success, Angela gently remarked, "I wish you cared about family as much as your grades." If Sophie prioritized family, Angela would softly sigh, "I'm glad you're home, but it's a shame you don't have more ambition." Each comment was carefully crafted to induce guilt, ensuring Sophie perpetually questioned her choices, never feeling quite good enough. Over the years, Angela expertly amplified these guilt-inducing messages, portraying herself as a long-suffering, devoted mother neglected or hurt by her daughter's supposed selfishness or inadequacies. Sophie internalized each accusation deeply, genuinely believing she consistently disappointed or hurt her mother. Desperate for approval and acceptance, Sophie constantly adjusted her actions and priorities, sacrificing her own desires and autonomy to ease her overwhelming guilt and gain Angela's elusive approval. Guilt harvesting creates profound emotional exhaustion and psychological dependency in victims. Narcissists strategically exaggerate their emotional wounds or portray themselves as fragile or vulnerable, coercing victims into a constant state of emotional repair and appeasement. Victims become trapped, perpetually guilty, convinced their own desires or boundaries represent selfishness or insensitivity. Recognizing guilt harvesting requires careful emotional clarity and objective observation. Genuine guilt arises naturally from actual wrongdoing, accompanied by clear avenues for resolution and forgiveness. Manipulative guilt, however, consistently arises from vague accusations, exaggerated emotional wounds, or unwarranted blame. Notice patterns carefully. Does someone consistently portray themselves as victimized or deeply wounded by your legitimate actions or boundaries? Do you frequently feel responsible for emotional harm, even when unsure of your specific wrongdoing? If so, guilt harvesting may be at play. Protecting yourself involves clearly identifying unjustified guilt and firmly asserting emotional boundaries. Communicate openly about emotional manipulation, refusing to internalize exaggerated blame or unwarranted emotional responsibility. Document interactions objectively, noting clear manipulative patterns, and seek validation from trusted individuals who can provide emotional clarity and external perspective. Refuse to surrender emotional autonomy out of misplaced guilt or exaggerated empathy. Understanding guilt harvesting empowers you to reclaim emotional independence, replacing manipulation with genuine accountability and mutual emotional care. Healthy relationships foster authentic emotional dialogue, mutual accountability, and genuine resolution, never weaponizing guilt for emotional control or manipulation. Remember, your emotions, boundaries, and autonomy deserve genuine respect and acknowledgement. Recognizing guilt harvesting clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing emotional clarity, authentic reconciliation, and genuine intimacy to flourish. Punitive generosity. Generosity, in its purest form, is selfless, a heartfelt act of kindness and support, freely given without expectation. But when generosity becomes weaponized, it shifts from genuine kindness to a manipulative tactic known as punitive generosity. Narcissists masterfully use this strategy, deliberately showering their victims with gifts, favors, or acts of kindness only to demand emotional repayment later. Unlike authentic generosity, punitive generosity carries hidden debts, obligations, and expectations, ultimately leaving the victim feeling indebted, trapped, and emotionally controlled. Punitive generosity is subtly insidious because it masquerades as genuine care, affection, or selflessness. Victims rarely perceive the hidden strings attached to seemingly heartfelt gestures, leaving them emotionally vulnerable when the narcissist demands repayment. Over time, this tactic creates a cycle of guilt and obligation, making it incredibly challenging for victims to assert independence or maintain emotional autonomy. Imagine Clara and her friend Jessica. Jessica consistently showers Clara with gifts, favors, and thoughtful gestures, often exceeding Clara's expectations or needs. Initially, Clara feels genuinely grateful, touched by Jessica's apparent kindness and generosity. Yet over time, Clara begins noticing subtle shifts. Jessica frequently references her generous acts, gently reminding Clara of all the support she has provided whenever Clara attempts to assert boundaries or independence. When Clara politely declines Jessica's invitations or tries to prioritize her own needs, Jessica's previously warm demeanor turns subtly hurt or offended. "After everything I've done for you," Jessica sighs, shaking her head sadly. Clara instantly feels guilty, convinced she's ungrateful or selfish. To ease her guilt, Clara quickly submits, sacrificing her boundaries to appease Jessica's emotional expectations. Jessica's generosity effectively becomes punitive, transforming kindness into emotional leverage, subtly controlling Clara's choices and behavior. Punitive generosity creates profound emotional confusion in victims. Because generosity itself is universally celebrated, victims hesitate to criticize or question their discomfort, convinced they must be overly sensitive or irrational. Narcissists skillfully exploit this emotional confusion, ensuring victims remain trapped by feelings of guilt, obligation, and indebtedness. Over time, victims increasingly sacrifice personal boundaries, emotional independence, and genuine autonomy, desperate to avoid accusations of ingratitude or selfishness. Recognizing punitive generosity requires careful emotional awareness and clear boundaries. Genuine generosity carries no hidden debts or expectations. It's freely offered without emotional strings or subtle demands for repayment. If someone consistently reminds you of past favors, acts hurt or offended when boundaries are asserted, or subtly implies emotional debts owed, punitive generosity may be at play. Notice clearly whether gifts or favors consistently come attached with expectations or emotional demands, particularly during disagreements or emotional conflicts. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries and openly addressing manipulation when recognized. Firmly yet respectfully communicate that genuine generosity never creates emotional debts or hidden obligations. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional manipulation, subtle reminders of past favors, or emotional demands for repayment. Seek validation from trusted friends or family who provide external perspective and emotional clarity, helping dismantle manipulative cycles through awareness and clear emotional boundaries. Understanding punitive generosity empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, ensuring relationships remain genuine, respectful, and balanced. Authentic relationships thrive on mutual respect, clear boundaries, and genuine emotional care, never employing generosity as emotional manipulation or control. Remember, true generosity uplifts, supports, and strengthens relationships without creating hidden emotional debts or obligations. Recognizing punitive generosity clearly dismantles its subtle control, allowing genuine emotional connections, mutual respect, and authentic generosity to flourish freely, ensuring relationships remain healthy, balanced, and genuinely supportive. Devaluing achievements. Everyone experiences moments of pride, accomplishments that reflect dedication, hard work, and personal growth. Celebrating these milestones is natural and healthy, bolstering confidence and self-esteem. But narcissists skillfully use a subtle yet deeply destructive tactic known as devaluing achievements to undermine their victims' self-worth, diminish their successes, and maintain emotional control. By consistently trivializing, dismissing, or subtly mocking their target's accomplishments, narcissists methodically erode confidence, ensuring victims remain emotionally dependent and perpetually uncertain of their value. Devaluing achievements involves a calculated refusal to acknowledge or validate someone's successes meaningfully. Instead, the narcissist carefully downplays, mocks, or trivializes accomplishments, ensuring victims constantly doubt their worthiness or abilities. This insidious tactic operates subtly, masked behind humor, faux concern, or casual dismissiveness, ensuring victims rarely notice manipulation immediately. Over time, however, repeated devaluation profoundly impacts self-esteem, emotional resilience, and overall confidence, leaving victims emotionally dependent and trapped. Imagine the story of Rachel and her husband, Alex. Rachel recently earned a significant promotion at work, feeling proud, accomplished, and excited to share her success with Alex. Yet, when Rachel enthusiastically shares her news, Alex responds dismissively, shrugging lightly as he casually remarks, "Wow, that's surprising. They must have been really desperate to fill that position." Rachel's excitement instantly dims, replaced by confusion and hurt. Initially, she brushes off Alex's remark, convinced he must be joking. Yet, Alex continues subtly, undermining Rachel's accomplishments. Each time Rachel celebrates personal or professional success, Alex quickly downplays its importance or subtly mocks her abilities. When Rachel completes a challenging marathon, Alex jokes, "It's good you finally finished. I thought we'd be waiting forever." Each remark seems minor individually, yet collectively, they steadily chip away at Rachel's self-worth, confidence, and emotional stability. This repeated devaluation leaves Rachel increasingly uncertain about her own abilities and accomplishments. Over time, Rachel hesitates to share successes with Alex, anticipating inevitable criticism, mockery, or trivialization. The narcissist's carefully constructed narrative ensures victims remain trapped emotionally, convinced they constantly fall short or lack genuine value. Victims internalize this negative feedback deeply, often questioning their worth and deservingness, even when receiving external validation or praise. Devaluing achievements functions as emotional sabotage, ensuring victims remain perpetually dependent, vulnerable, and insecure. The narcissist carefully avoids openly cruel comments, relying instead on subtle mockery, dismissiveness, or faux concern. Victims hesitate to complain, convinced their feelings reflect oversensitivity or paranoia rather than legitimate emotional manipulation. Recognizing devaluation requires clear emotional awareness and objective observation. Genuine relationships offer sincere validation, celebrating accomplishments openly and authentically. If someone consistently trivializes or mocks your achievements, particularly when disguised behind humor or casual remarks, carefully evaluate patterns objectively. Clearly document incidents and emotional responses, noting precisely how devaluation impacts emotional well-being and confidence. Protecting yourself involves firmly establishing emotional boundaries and openly communicating expectations for respect and validation. Clearly express feelings when devaluation occurs, refusing to internalize manipulative remarks or dismissive behavior. Seek external validation from trusted friends or professionals who provide emotional clarity and objective perspective, dismantling manipulation through clear awareness and supportive feedback. Understanding devaluing achievements empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, confidence, and self-worth, ensuring relationships remain supportive, genuine, and authentically validating. Healthy connections foster emotional respect, genuine celebration, and mutual encouragement, never relying on manipulation, mockery, or trivialization to maintain emotional control. Remember, your achievements deserve genuine acknowledgement, respect, and celebration. Recognizing manipulative tactics clearly neutralizes their hidden power, allowing authentic emotional validation, genuine celebration, and mutual respect to flourish openly, restoring emotional health, confidence, and genuine relational intimacy. Forced teaming. Human connection and teamwork can be profoundly empowering, fostering feelings of unity, belonging, and shared purpose. But when these feelings are artificially manufactured by a manipulator, they can become tools of control and exploitation. Forced teaming is a subtle yet powerful manipulation tactic narcissists use, designed to create an illusion of mutual trust, cooperation, and partnership, even where none truly exists. By employing language and actions that imply shared goals, interests, or identities, narcissists carefully trap their victims in emotional obligations, guilt, and dependency. Forced teaming occurs when someone strategically uses words like we, us, and together, creating a false sense of camaraderie or partnership. Although these words seem innocent and inclusive, manipulators deliberately use them to blur emotional boundaries, subtly pressuring their victims into compliance, cooperation, or trust. Victims often feel emotionally obligated, hesitant to assert boundaries, fearing accusations of disloyalty, selfishness, or rejection of the carefully constructed team dynamic. Consider Emma and her coworker, Tom. At first, Tom appears supportive, collaborative, and friendly, frequently referring to their work relationship as a team effort. He consistently employs phrases such as, "We're in this together," "We should tackle this," or "Our success depends on mutual trust," creating the illusion of shared goals and mutual reliance. Initially, Emma feels encouraged, believing Tom genuinely respects and values her contributions and teamwork. Gradually, however, Emma notices subtle manipulation within Tom's seemingly innocent teamwork narrative. Tom repeatedly assigns Emma the most tedious or challenging tasks, insisting these assignments serve their shared goals. If Emma objects or attempts to assert boundaries, Tom immediately portrays her actions as selfish or detrimental to their supposed team. "I thought we were in this together," Tom often sighs, subtly implying Emma's reluctance damages their carefully constructed partnership. Over time, Emma feels increasingly trapped and emotionally obligated, hesitant to challenge Tom openly, fearful of betraying their supposed mutual trust or partnership. Forced teaming successfully manipulates Emma's genuine desire for cooperation and mutual respect, ensuring emotional compliance and dependency even when tasks or expectations seem unfair or imbalanced. The true danger of forced teaming lies in its ability to exploit natural human desires for connection, collaboration, and mutual support. Victims hesitate to object or question the manipulator's intentions, convinced their emotional reactions reflect selfishness or paranoia rather than legitimate concern. Narcissists skillfully maintain plausible deniability, appearing genuinely hurt or disappointed if their forced teaming narrative faces challenge or skepticism. Recognizing forced teaming requires careful emotional awareness and objective observation. Authentic teamwork involves genuine mutual respect, clearly defined boundaries, and transparent communication, never forced emotional obligations or subtle manipulation. Notice clearly whether someone frequently employs inclusive language or implied emotional obligations, specifically when asserting control, assigning responsibility, or evading accountability. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing and communicating emotional and professional boundaries. Calmly yet firmly assert individual autonomy, clearly differentiating genuine teamwork from manipulative forced teaming. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional manipulation, subtle accusations of disloyalty or selfishness, or unfair task assignments disguised behind teamwork narratives. Seek external validation from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity and objective perspective, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and supportive feedback. Understanding forced teaming empowers you to reclaim emotional independence and authentic collaboration, ensuring relationships remain genuine, respectful, and mutually supportive. Healthy partnerships thrive on authentic emotional connection, clear boundaries, and mutual respect, never relying on manipulation or forced emotional obligations. Remember, genuine teamwork celebrates individual autonomy, mutual respect, and authentic emotional connection, never requiring emotional coercion or subtle manipulation. Recognizing forced teaming clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing authentic emotional connections, genuine collaboration, and mutual respect to flourish openly, replacing manipulation with genuine partnership, emotional clarity, and authentic relational health. Intermittent reinforcement. Humans naturally seek consistency. We crave predictable patterns, clear cause and effect relationships, and dependable emotional exchanges. Yet, when a manipulator strategically breaks these predictable patterns, providing affection, validation, or approval sporadically and unpredictably, they harness one of psychology's most potent tools, intermittent reinforcement. This tactic involves deliberately alternating between affection and withdrawal, approval and criticism, warmth and coldness, creating an unpredictable emotional environment that leaves victims constantly seeking validation, trapped in uncertainty, and hopelessly dependent. Intermittent reinforcement is powerful precisely because it exploits our innate psychological wiring. Research shows that unpredictable rewards or emotional reinforcement create far stronger attachments and dependency than consistent, predictable interactions. Victims remain perpetually uncertain, desperately attempting to decode the manipulator's shifting behavior, always striving to replicate positive responses while avoiding emotional withdrawal or rejection. Over time, this tactic profoundly erodes emotional stability, confidence, and autonomy, leaving victims deeply dependent and emotionally exhausted. Consider Maria and her partner, Liam. Early in their relationship, Liam showered Maria with affection, consistently validating her emotionally, making her feel deeply loved and valued. Gradually, however, Liam's behavior shifted. Periods of intense affection alternated abruptly with emotional distance or criticism. Some days Liam remained warm, affectionate, and attentive, while other times, without explanation, he turned cold, withdrawn, or critical. Maria felt perpetually anxious, constantly wondering what she had done wrong whenever Liam withdrew emotionally. Desperately seeking the warmth and affection Liam occasionally offered, Maria repeatedly adjusted her behavior, constantly analyzing her actions to avoid triggering withdrawal or criticism. When Liam sporadically resumed affectionate behavior, Maria experienced intense emotional relief and validation, reinforcing her emotional dependency even further. Liam's intermittent reinforcement was carefully calculated, deliberately unpredictable to maintain emotional control. This emotional unpredictability created profound psychological dependency, ensuring Maria remained trapped, constantly seeking elusive emotional validation. She became increasingly anxious, insecure, and uncertain, unable to clearly recognize Liam's manipulation. Her emotions swung dramatically, entirely dependent upon Liam's shifting emotional responses, eroding her sense of self-worth and emotional independence. The true danger of intermittent reinforcement lies in its emotional subtlety and psychological effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive the manipulative patterns clearly. Convinced emotional unpredictability reflects personal inadequacies rather than calculated manipulation. The intermittent, unpredictable nature of emotional reinforcement ensures victims remain trapped in constant emotional turmoil, desperate for validation and affection, unable to assert clear emotional boundaries or independence. Recognizing intermittent reinforcement requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of behavioral patterns. Healthy relationships offer consistent emotional validation, clear communication, and predictable emotional responses. If someone consistently alternates unpredictably between affection and withdrawal, warmth and criticism, particularly without clear reasons or communication, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether your emotional well-being consistently fluctuates depending upon another's unpredictable emotional responses. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries and refusing emotional manipulation designed to create dependency or uncertainty. Maintain clear emotional independence, refusing to adjust behaviors solely to seek inconsistent validation or affection. Clearly communicate expectations for consistency, respect, and emotional safety, documenting interactions objectively, noting clear manipulative patterns. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals offering objective perspective and emotional clarity, dismantling manipulation through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding intermittent reinforcement empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy and genuine emotional safety, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, supportive, and emotionally predictable. Healthy relationships thrive on clear emotional boundaries, mutual respect, and genuine emotional consistency, never employing unpredictability or emotional manipulation for control or dependency. Remember, emotional stability, respect, and clarity remain fundamental to genuine emotional intimacy. Recognizing intermittent reinforcement clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional validation, consistent affection, and authentic emotional connections to flourish openly, restoring emotional health, confidence, and genuine relational intimacy. Reactive abuse setup. When we picture abuse, we often imagine clear lines of victimhood and aggression, yet one of the most cunning and sinister manipulation tactics blurs these lines entirely. Known as reactive abuse setup, this strategy involves deliberately provoking victims into intense emotional reactions, anger, frustration, desperation, only to then portray these reactions as evidence that the victim, rather than the abuser, is unstable or abusive. It's a carefully orchestrated emotional trap, ensuring victims appear irrational or abusive, reinforcing the manipulator's narrative of victimhood, innocence, or moral superiority. Reactive abuse setup begins subtly, often through consistent provocation, passive-aggressive behavior, or emotional manipulation. Narcissists carefully push their victims toward emotional breaking points, intentionally escalating tensions, ignoring boundaries, or deliberately triggering vulnerabilities. When victims inevitably react emotionally through anger, tears, or frustration, the narcissist quickly portrays these reactions as irrational, abusive, or out of control, painting themselves as calm, rational victims. Victims become trapped, silenced by guilt, shame, and confusion, increasingly questioning their own emotional stability or sanity. Consider Sophie and her husband James. Throughout their relationship, James consistently undermines Sophie emotionally, criticizing her appearance, belittling her accomplishments, subtly disrespecting her boundaries. Each time Sophie calmly tries to address these concerns, James dismisses or invalidates her emotions, portraying her as overly sensitive or irrational. Over time, James's subtle provocations escalate, deliberately ignoring Sophie's clearly communicated boundaries. Eventually, Sophie reaches an emotional breaking point. She reacts angrily, raising her voice, expressing deep frustration and emotional exhaustion. Rather than acknowledging his role in provoking Sophie's reaction, James immediately becomes calm, collected, and composed, subtly filming or involving others as witnesses to Sophie's emotional outbursts. James quickly portrays Sophie's reaction as proof of her instability or abusiveness, skillfully shifting blame entirely onto her. He carefully shares selective evidence, video clips, or emotional texts, highlighting Sophie's reactions while conveniently omitting his initial provocations or emotional manipulation. Friends, family, or authorities witnessing this carefully constructed narrative begin questioning Sophie's emotional stability or rationality, further isolating her emotionally and socially. Reactive abuse setup profoundly erodes victims' emotional confidence, autonomy, and clarity. Victims become increasingly hesitant to assert boundaries or express genuine emotions, fearing accusations of irrationality, abusiveness, or emotional instability. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying themselves as innocent, rational victims deserving sympathy and protection. The true danger of reactive abuse setup lies in its profound emotional manipulation and calculated cruelty. Victims remain trapped, emotionally silenced, increasingly questioning their own emotional stability or legitimacy. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional isolation, ensuring victims remain emotionally dependent, vulnerable, and compliant. Recognizing reactive abuse setup requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of emotional interactions. Genuine relationships respect clearly communicated boundaries, emotional autonomy, and emotional safety, never deliberately provoking intense emotional reactions solely to portray someone negatively. Notice patterns carefully. Does someone consistently provoke intense emotional reactions, deliberately escalating conflicts, or violating clearly communicated boundaries, only to portray resulting emotional reactions negatively? Protecting yourself involves clearly documenting interactions and emotional responses objectively, noting clearly communicated boundaries and emotional triggers. Clearly communicate emotional boundaries firmly yet calmly, refusing to internalize accusations of irrationality or abusiveness solely based on deliberately provoked emotional reactions. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals who provide emotional clarity, objectivity, and clear perspective, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and supportive emotional grounding. Understanding reactive abuse setup empowers you to reclaim emotional clarity, autonomy, and safety, ensuring relationships remain genuinely respectful, emotionally supportive, and authentically validating. Healthy relationships foster genuine emotional dialogue, mutual respect, and emotional safety, never deliberately provoking intense emotional reactions solely to manipulate, control, or portray someone negatively. Remember, emotional reactions provoked through deliberate manipulation never accurately reflect your genuine emotional character or stability. Recognizing reactive abuse setup clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing emotional autonomy, genuine emotional expression, and authentic relational health to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, clarity, and genuine relational intimacy. Isolating through praise. Praise feels good. It's reassuring, comforting, and affirming. We naturally gravitate towards people who recognize our strengths and celebrate our achievements. Yet, when praise becomes a carefully calculated tool for manipulation, it transforms into a subtle yet powerful method of control known as isolating through praise. Narcissists employ this tactic to gradually separate their victims from other meaningful relationships by offering excessive compliments and validation, thereby creating emotional dependency and subtly cutting ties with friends, family, or colleagues. Isolating through praise works because it initially appears entirely positive. At first glance, victims feel genuinely valued and understood, perceiving the narcissist as supportive, encouraging, and deeply invested in their well-being. Over time, however, the praise becomes increasingly exclusive, subtly implying that others fail to appreciate or value the victim's true worth. Narcissists skillfully portray themselves as the only ones genuinely capable of recognizing the victim's unique talents, qualities, or emotional needs, gradually convincing victims that other relationships lack depth, understanding, or authenticity. Imagine Emma and her partner, Mike. Initially, Mike showers Emma with heartfelt praise, consistently complimenting her intelligence, creativity, and emotional insight. Emma feels deeply affirmed, grateful to finally meet someone who genuinely appreciates her unique qualities. Gradually, however, Mike subtly shifts the tone of his praise, carefully implying that friends, family, or coworkers fail to truly recognize or appreciate Emma's genuine value. Mike frequently remarks, "Your friends don't really see how brilliant you are," or gently implies Emma's family takes her talents for granted. Initially, Emma feels mildly flattered, convinced Mike genuinely recognizes her worth more clearly than others. Over time, however, Emma begins internalizing Mike's subtle narrative, increasingly perceiving other relationships as shallow, superficial, or emotionally inadequate. Mike carefully reinforces emotional dependency, subtly discouraging Emma from spending time with friends or family. He gently suggests social interactions with others emotionally drain or diminish Emma's true potential, consistently offering himself as her emotional refuge and ultimate support. Gradually, Emma finds herself increasingly isolated, emotionally dependent on Mike's exclusive validation, convinced only he truly appreciates or understands her. The true danger of isolating through praise lies in its profound emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive manipulation clearly, convinced the narcissist genuinely values them deeply. Over time, however, victims become emotionally isolated, increasingly dependent on the narcissist's exclusive praise and validation, subtly cutting ties with meaningful relationships, emotional networks, or external support systems. Recognizing isolating through praise requires careful, emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational patterns. Genuine relationships offer authentic emotional validation without subtly undermining or isolating other meaningful connections. If someone consistently portrays themselves as the sole individual genuinely capable of appreciating your worth, talents, or emotional depth, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice whether praise consistently accompanies subtle suggestions to distance from friends, family, or colleagues, reinforcing emotional dependency and isolation. Protecting yourself involves clearly maintaining emotional autonomy, actively nurturing external relationships and emotional support networks. Clearly communicate emotional boundaries, refusing to internalize subtle emotional manipulations or exclusive praise designed to isolate or control. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional manipulation, subtle criticisms of external relationships, or carefully calculated emotional dependency. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing objective perspective and emotional clarity, dismantling manipulation through clear awareness and supportive emotional grounding. Understanding isolating through praise empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy and relational independence, ensuring relationships remain genuinely supportive, emotionally validating, and authentically inclusive. Healthy relationships foster genuine emotional dialogue, mutual respect, and authentic validation without subtly isolating or emotionally manipulating. Remember, authentic emotional validation uplifts, empowers, and strengthens emotional connections without requiring isolation or emotional dependency. Recognizing isolating through praise clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional validation, authentic relational connections, and emotional independence to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational autonomy, and genuine emotional intimacy. Cognitive exhaustion. The human mind is incredibly resilient, capable of handling complex thoughts, emotions, and interactions daily. Yet, when deliberately overwhelmed, even the strongest minds can begin to crumble. Cognitive exhaustion is a subtle yet deeply debilitating manipulation tactic frequently employed by narcissists designed to overwhelm their victims mentally and emotionally, leaving them confused, drained, and ultimately vulnerable to control. Cognitive exhaustion involves deliberately creating an environment filled with constant confusion, chaos, or contradictory information. Narcissists employing this tactic bombard their victims with excessive demands, frequent emotional shifts, conflicting messages, or relentless arguments, systematically draining their victims' mental and emotional resources. Victims become increasingly unable to clearly think, assert boundaries, or resist emotional manipulation, leaving them profoundly vulnerable and dependent on the manipulator. Imagine Olivia and her husband, Paul. Initially, Paul seemed loving, attentive, and emotionally stable. Gradually, however, Olivia noticed subtle shifts in Paul's behavior. Conversations frequently devolved into lengthy arguments, during which Paul would skillfully twist Olivia's words, contradict previous statements, or rapidly shift emotional positions. Each interaction became mentally exhausting, forcing Olivia to constantly question her memory, perceptions, and emotional stability. Additionally, Paul frequently introduced chaos and unpredictability into their daily lives, making sudden, contradictory demands, shifting plans abruptly, or withholding clear emotional communication. Olivia constantly scrambled to keep up, emotionally and mentally overwhelmed by Paul's relentless contradictions and shifting expectations. Over time, Olivia's mental clarity and emotional resilience deteriorated dramatically, leaving her profoundly vulnerable to Paul's emotional manipulation. Cognitive exhaustion is particularly insidious precisely because it erodes victims' mental clarity gradually, leaving them increasingly unable to clearly perceive manipulative patterns or emotional inconsistencies. Victims hesitate to assert boundaries or clearly communicate emotional needs, convinced confusion and exhaustion reflect personal inadequacies rather than calculated manipulation. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying victims' confusion or exhaustion as irrationality, emotional instability, or incompetence. The true danger of cognitive exhaustion lies in its profound psychological impact, systematically eroding victims' mental and emotional resilience over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to challenge manipulation, emotionally silenced by confusion, exhaustion, and deep self-doubt. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain trapped in manipulative cycles, emotionally vulnerable, compliant, and easily controlled. Recognizing cognitive exhaustion requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize emotional clarity, consistent communication, and genuine respect, never deliberately creating confusion, chaos, or contradictory emotional demands. If interactions consistently leave you emotionally exhausted, mentally drained, or profoundly confused, particularly when attempting to communicate clearly or assert boundaries, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether interactions frequently involve contradictory messages, shifting expectations, or emotional chaos, consistently eroding mental clarity or emotional resilience. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly refusing to engage in deliberately confusing or contradictory interactions. Clearly communicate emotional expectations and boundaries, firmly asserting emotional autonomy, mental clarity, and emotional independence. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of contradictory messages, emotional manipulation, or intentional confusion. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals offering emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding cognitive exhaustion empowers you to reclaim mental clarity, emotional autonomy, and genuine relational health, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize emotional safety, clear communication, and mutual respect, never deliberately creating mental confusion, emotional chaos, or psychological exhaustion for control or dependency. Remember, your emotional and mental well-being deserve genuine respect, consistent emotional clarity, and authentic relational support. Recognizing cognitive exhaustion clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, mental clarity, and authentic relational intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional resilience, psychological strength, and genuine relational health. Boundary testing. Boundaries define our emotional, physical, and psychological limits, serving as clear lines that protect our dignity, autonomy, and personal well-being. They keep relationships healthy, respectful, and balanced. But when a manipulator deliberately challenges these boundaries, subtly pushing and testing limits, it becomes a profoundly destructive tactic known as boundary testing. Narcissists employ this method consistently, carefully assessing exactly how far they can push victims before encountering genuine resistance, gradually eroding personal autonomy, emotional clarity, and relational health. Boundary testing begins subtly, often through seemingly innocent actions or casual remarks that initially appear harmless. Narcissists skillfully push emotional, physical, or psychological limits, carefully gauging victims' reactions, determining precisely how much manipulation or disrespect they will tolerate without confrontation or clear resistance. Victims initially hesitate to challenge subtle boundary violations, convinced minor transgressions seem trivial, unimportant, or accidental. Over time, however, boundary testing escalates dramatically, significantly eroding emotional independence, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect. Consider Jessica and her friend Hannah. Initially, Hannah appears warm, supportive, and emotionally respectful, consistently acknowledging Jessica's emotional boundaries clearly. Gradually, however, Hannah begins subtly pushing Jessica's boundaries, frequently demanding emotional support at inappropriate hours or casually making disrespectful jokes about Jessica's personal insecurities. Jessica initially hesitates to challenge Hannah's behavior openly, convinced minor transgressions seem trivial, harmless, or accidental. Yet, Hannah continues boundary testing consistently, carefully escalating subtle violations. She frequently borrows items without asking, intrudes emotionally during personal moments, or casually dismisses Jessica's clearly expressed emotional needs. Jessica increasingly feels uncomfortable, uncertain how to clearly communicate or assert boundaries effectively, fearing accusations of oversensitivity or irrationality. Boundary testing profoundly erodes victims' emotional clarity, autonomy, and relational independence, consistently leaving them uncertain, emotionally vulnerable, and increasingly dependent. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying boundary violations as innocent misunderstandings, harmless jokes, or accidental intrusions, ensuring victims remain hesitant to clearly challenge or confront behavior openly. The true danger of boundary testing lies in its profound emotional subtlety and gradual escalation. Victims rarely perceive initial boundary violations clearly, convinced minor transgressions seem harmless or trivial. Over time, however, repeated boundary testing significantly erodes emotional autonomy, confidence, and genuine relational respect, leaving victims emotionally vulnerable, uncertain, and dependent. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain trapped in manipulative cycles, emotionally silenced by confusion, guilt, or deep self-doubt. Recognizing boundary testing requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships consistently respect clearly communicated emotional, physical, and psychological boundaries, never deliberately pushing limits, violating personal autonomy, or subtly testing emotional tolerance. If someone frequently pushes emotional, physical, or psychological limits, particularly when clearly communicated or previously acknowledged boundaries exist, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether boundary violations consistently escalate, frequently occurring subtly or casually, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, vulnerable, or hesitant to challenge openly. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly communicating expectations and limits openly. Firmly assert emotional autonomy, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect, clearly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, casual boundary violations, or deliberately disrespectful behavior. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of boundary testing, subtle manipulation, or emotional violations consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding boundary testing empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect, ensuring relationships remain authentically respectful, emotionally safe, and genuinely supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, consistent boundary respect, and genuine relational intimacy, never employing subtle manipulation or boundary testing for control or emotional dependency. Remember, clearly communicated emotional boundaries represent genuine self-respect, emotional autonomy, and personal dignity. Recognizing boundary testing clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional clarity, relational respect, and authentic emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Boundary testing. Boundaries define our emotional, physical, and psychological limits, serving as clear lines that protect our dignity, autonomy, and personal well-being. They keep relationships healthy, respectful, and balanced. But when a manipulator deliberately challenges these boundaries, subtly pushing and testing limits, it becomes a profoundly destructive tactic known as boundary testing. Narcissists employ this method consistently, carefully assessing exactly how far they can push victims before encountering genuine resistance, gradually eroding personal autonomy, emotional clarity, and relational health. Boundary testing begins subtly, often through seemingly innocent actions or casual remarks that initially appear harmless. Narcissists skillfully push emotional, physical, or psychological limits, carefully gauging victims' reactions, determining precisely how much manipulation or disrespect they will tolerate without confrontation or clear resistance. Victims initially hesitate to challenge subtle boundary violations, convinced minor transgressions seem trivial, unimportant, or accidental. Over time, however, boundary testing escalates dramatically, significantly eroding emotional independence, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect. Consider Jessica and her friend, Hannah. Initially, Hannah appears warm, supportive, and emotionally respectful, consistently acknowledging Jessica's emotional boundaries clearly. Gradually, however, Hannah begins subtly pushing Jessica's boundaries, frequently demanding emotional support at inappropriate hours or casually making disrespectful jokes about Jessica's personal insecurities. Jessica initially hesitates to challenge Hannah's behavior openly, convinced minor transgressions seem trivial, harmless, or accidental. Yet, Hannah continues boundary testing consistently, carefully escalating subtle violations. She frequently borrows items without asking, intrudes emotionally during personal moments, or casually dismisses Jessica's clearly expressed emotional needs. Jessica increasingly feels uncomfortable, uncertain how to clearly communicate or assert boundaries effectively, fearing accusations of oversensitivity or irrationality. Boundary testing profoundly erodes victims' emotional clarity, autonomy, and relational independence, consistently leaving them uncertain, emotionally vulnerable, and increasingly dependent. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying boundary violations as innocent misunderstandings, harmless jokes, or accidental intrusions, ensuring victims remain hesitant to clearly challenge or confront behavior openly. The true danger of boundary testing lies in its profound emotional subtlety and gradual escalation. Victims rarely perceive initial boundary violations clearly, convinced minor transgressions seem harmless or trivial. Over time, however, repeated boundary testing significantly erodes emotional autonomy, confidence, and genuine relational respect, leaving victims emotionally vulnerable, uncertain, and dependent. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain trapped in manipulative cycles, emotionally silenced by confusion, guilt, or deep self-doubt. Recognizing boundary testing requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships consistently respect clearly communicated emotional, physical, and psychological boundaries, never deliberately pushing limits, violating personal autonomy, or subtly testing emotional tolerance. If someone frequently pushes emotional, physical, or psychological limits, particularly when clearly communicated or previously acknowledged boundaries exist, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether boundary violations consistently escalate, frequently occurring subtly or casually, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, vulnerable, or hesitant to challenge openly. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly communicating expectations and limits openly. Firmly assert emotional autonomy, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect, clearly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, casual boundary violations, or deliberately disrespectful behavior. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of boundary testing, subtle manipulation, or emotional violations consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding boundary testing empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, personal dignity, and genuine relational respect, ensuring relationships remain authentically respectful, emotionally safe, and genuinely supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, consistent boundary respect, and genuine relational intimacy, never employing subtle manipulation or boundary testing for control or emotional dependency. Remember, clearly communicated emotional boundaries represent genuine self-respect, emotional autonomy, and personal dignity. Recognizing boundary testing clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional clarity, relational respect, and authentic emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Circular conversations. Communication, at its heart, is meant to bring clarity, resolution, and mutual understanding. Yet, when wielded by a skilled manipulator, conversation can become an emotional trap, endless, exhausting, and deeply frustrating. Circular conversations represent one of the most cunning manipulation techniques used by narcissists, designed specifically to exhaust, confuse, and emotionally disarm their victims. Unlike healthy dialogues aiming at resolution or understanding, circular conversations intentionally loop, repeat, or become contradictory, leaving the victim confused, emotionally drained, and unable to resolve conflict clearly. Circular conversations often begin innocently enough, with a genuine attempt to address a concern, misunderstanding, or emotional need. Initially, victims engage openly, believing dialogue can clarify emotional misunderstandings or relational tensions. Yet, narcissists skillfully deflect, redirect, or subtly twist conversations, consistently returning to previously resolved topics, shifting blame, or deliberately misunderstanding clearly communicated points. Victims become increasingly frustrated, repeatedly clarifying or explaining points clearly, only to find conversations endlessly looping without genuine emotional resolution or understanding. Consider Julia and her husband Ben. Initially, Julia believes genuine conversation can resolve misunderstandings or emotional conflicts effectively, yet conversations with Ben frequently devolve into endless loops. Julia calmly explains her emotions or concerns, only to have Ben respond by subtly misunderstanding, deflecting blame, or bringing up unrelated past issues. Julia patiently attempts to clarify, repeatedly, convinced Ben must genuinely misunderstand or require additional explanation. Yet, each clarification only leads to further emotional confusion, frustration, or blame shifting from Ben. Rather than acknowledging Julia's clearly expressed emotions, Ben subtly redirects conversations consistently, endlessly revisiting previously resolved topics or unrelated emotional conflicts. Conversations become emotionally exhausting, consistently draining Julia's mental clarity, emotional resilience, and relational patience. Circular conversations profoundly erode emotional confidence, autonomy, and relational clarity over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to clearly communicate emotions or concerns, convinced genuine resolution or understanding remains impossible. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying emotional exhaustion or frustration as irrationality, oversensitivity, or emotional instability, ensuring victims remain trapped emotionally, uncertain how to assert boundaries clearly or communicate effectively. The true danger of circular conversations lies in their profound emotional subtlety and psychological exhaustion. Victims rarely perceive conversational manipulation clearly. Convinced frustration or emotional exhaustion reflect personal inadequacies rather than deliberate manipulation. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally trapped, silenced by confusion, guilt, or deep self-doubt. Recognizing circular conversations requires careful, emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, authentic resolution, and mutual understanding, never deliberately employing conversational loops, emotional deflection, or endless misunderstandings for control or emotional dependency. If conversations consistently leave you emotionally drained, repeatedly clarifying points without genuine resolution or emotional understanding, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether conversations frequently loop endlessly, consistently revisiting previously resolved topics, shifting blame, or subtly misunderstanding clearly communicated points. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly refusing to engage endlessly looping conversations or deliberately manipulative emotional deflections. Clearly communicate emotional expectations and boundaries openly, firmly asserting emotional autonomy, genuine relational respect, and authentic emotional dialogue. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of conversational manipulation, emotional deflection, or deliberate misunderstandings consistently occurring. seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding circular conversations empowers you to reclaim emotional clarity, autonomy, and genuine relational health, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, genuine emotional resolution, and authentic emotional intimacy, never employing conversational manipulation or emotional exhaustion for control or emotional dependency. Remember, your emotional clarity, autonomy, and genuine relational respect remain fundamental to genuine emotional intimacy and relational health. Recognizing circular conversations clearly dismantles their manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional communication, authentic emotional resolution, and relational intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, psychological resilience, and genuine relational health. Invalidation through sympathy. Sympathy is generally understood as a gesture of compassion, an empathetic acknowledgement of another person's feelings and experiences. Yet, when manipulated skillfully by a narcissist, sympathy transforms into a subtle but devastating weapon called invalidation through sympathy. This tactic masterfully twists the appearance of compassion into a powerful means of emotional control, dismissing genuine feelings under the guise of concern, empathy, or emotional support. Invalidation through sympathy occurs when a manipulator carefully dismisses or minimizes a victim's legitimate emotions by offering exaggerated compassion or pity, rather than openly disregarding or mocking someone's feelings, which would be overt and clearly abusive. The narcissist uses overly sympathetic language, gently implying that the victim's emotions are exaggerated, misguided, or unreasonable. This tactic effectively invalidates authentic feelings, making the victim question their own emotional legitimacy, sanity, or rationality. Consider Emma and her mother, Karen. Throughout her childhood and into adulthood, Emma frequently experienced emotional neglect and subtle criticism from Karen. As an adult, Emma finally gathers the courage to openly express the emotional hurt and lasting impact of her mother's behavior. Yet, rather than acknowledging Emma's emotions genuinely, Karen adopts an exaggeratedly sympathetic tone, gently sighing, "Oh, sweetheart, I'm so sorry you feel that way. It must be so exhausting to carry around all these imagined hurts." On the surface, Karen appears compassionate, warm, even empathetic. Yet, beneath the sympathetic veneer lies a devastating invalidation. Karen skillfully portrays Emma's feelings as exaggerated or irrational, subtly suggesting Emma's hurt feelings reflect personal emotional instability rather than legitimate emotional neglect. Emma immediately feels uncertain, embarrassed, and confused, wondering if her feelings truly are irrational or exaggerated. Over time, repeated invalidation through sympathy profoundly erodes victims' emotional confidence, autonomy, and relational clarity. Victims begin questioning their emotional legitimacy consistently, hesitant to express genuine feelings openly for fear of appearing irrational, overly sensitive, or emotionally unstable. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying themselves as genuinely caring, compassionate, and emotionally supportive, ensuring victims remain emotionally dependent, silenced, and confused. The true danger of invalidation through sympathy lies precisely in its emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced compassionate language genuinely reflects emotional care or support, yet beneath sympathetic gestures lies profound emotional dismissal, subtly ensuring victims remain emotionally vulnerable, dependent, and profoundly uncertain. Recognizing invalidation through sympathy requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Genuine emotional support validates authentic feelings openly, clearly, acknowledging emotional legitimacy without subtly dismissing or trivializing emotional experiences. If someone consistently responds to legitimate emotional concerns or expressions with exaggerated sympathy, subtly suggesting emotions are exaggerated, irrational, or misguided, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether seemingly sympathetic responses consistently invalidate genuine emotional legitimacy, subtly eroding emotional confidence, autonomy, and relational clarity. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional legitimacy openly. Clearly communicate emotional expectations, firmly expressing the need for genuine emotional validation and authentic emotional respect. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of subtle emotional invalidation consistently occurring behind sympathetic language. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding invalidation through sympathy empowers you to reclaim emotional clarity, autonomy, and genuine relational respect, ensuring relationships remain authentically supportive, emotionally validating, and consistently respectful. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional dialogue, authentic emotional validation, and mutual emotional respect, never employing subtle invalidation, dismissive sympathy, or emotional manipulation for control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional support validates emotional experiences clearly, openly, and authentically, without subtle dismissal or emotional trivialization. Recognizing invalidation through sympathy clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional validation, authentic emotional respect, and relational intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Manufactured competition. Competition can inspire growth, drive ambition, and foster excellence. Yet, when competition becomes artificially manufactured by a manipulator, it transforms into a cunning, emotional trap designed specifically to destabilize, control, and emotionally exhaust victims. Manufactured competition is a subtle yet powerful manipulation tactic narcissists frequently employ, intentionally creating unnecessary rivalries, comparisons, or emotional tensions between victims and others to maintain dominance, undermine confidence, and erode relational trust. Manufactured competition occurs when a narcissist deliberately pits individuals against one another, subtly implying scarcity of affection, validation, or resources. They carefully suggest or imply that emotional support, validation, or approval remains limited, available only to those who win or excel beyond others. Victims become emotionally trapped, constantly competing for emotional validation, approval, or resources, increasingly uncertain of their worth, relational standing, or emotional security. Consider the example of Emily and her sister, Lauren. Throughout their childhood, their mother, Carol, subtly manufactured emotional competition between her daughters, consistently comparing achievements, appearances, or emotional behaviors openly. Carol frequently remarked, "Lauren is so organized, it's a shame you aren't as focused, Emily," or subtly praised Emily's achievements specifically to diminish Lauren's emotional security. Both sisters constantly felt emotionally insecure, convinced their mother's emotional validation remained conditional, scarce, or limited. Initially, Emily and Lauren believed competition reflected natural sibling rivalry, convinced Carol's comparisons were harmless, innocent, or even motivational. Over time, however, manufactured competition profoundly eroded emotional trust, confidence, and relational intimacy between the sisters, leaving them perpetually uncertain, emotionally insecure, and competitively distrustful of each other. Manufactured competition is particularly insidious precisely because it subtly manipulates natural human desires for validation, emotional security, and relational connection. Victims consistently hesitate to challenge or openly confront manipulative behaviors, convinced emotional insecurity or competition reflects personal inadequacies rather than deliberate emotional manipulation. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying emotional competition as natural rivalry, motivational encouragement, or innocent emotional feedback, ensuring victims remain trapped emotionally, silenced by deep uncertainty, emotional insecurity, or relational distrust. The true danger of manufactured competition lies in its profound emotional subtlety and psychological impact. Victims consistently question emotional legitimacy, confidence, and relational trust, convinced emotional validation remains conditional, scarce, or competitive. Over time, manufactured competition significantly erodes emotional security, autonomy, and genuine relational intimacy, consistently reinforcing emotional dependency, deep insecurity, and relational mistrust. Recognizing manufactured competition requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize emotional security, genuine relational trust, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing emotional competition, rivalry, or scarcity for control or emotional dependency. If interactions consistently involve subtle comparisons, implied emotional scarcity, or deliberate emotional competition, particularly when clearly communicated boundaries or emotional needs exist, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether emotional validation consistently appears conditional, limited, or scarce, subtly reinforcing emotional insecurity, competition, or relational distrust. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, security, and genuine relational respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations and boundaries openly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, conditional emotional validation, or deliberately manufactured emotional competition. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional manipulation, subtle comparisons, or deliberately implied emotional scarcity consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding manufactured competition empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational security, and genuine relational trust, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally validating, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, genuine relational trust, and authentic emotional security, never employing manipulative emotional competition or conditional emotional validation for control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy celebrates individual autonomy, mutual emotional validation, and authentic relational trust without emotional scarcity or competition. Recognizing manufactured competition clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional validation, authentic relational trust, and emotional security to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Projection of insecurity. Insecurity by nature is deeply personal, a silent battle fought internally, quietly affecting how individuals perceive themselves and their place in the world. Yet, when insecurity is deliberately projected onto others, it becomes a subtle yet profoundly damaging form of manipulation known as projection of insecurity. Narcissists masterfully employ this tactic, skillfully attributing their own emotional vulnerabilities, fears, or inadequacies onto their victims, carefully maintaining emotional control, dominance, and relational advantage. Projection of insecurity operates subtly, often beneath casual remarks, innocent comments, or disguised behind seemingly genuine emotional concern, rather than openly addressing or acknowledging their own internal insecurities. Narcissists skillfully deflect emotional attention, subtly portraying their victims as emotionally unstable, insecure, or irrationally anxious. Victims become increasingly uncertain, emotionally vulnerable, and deeply confused, consistently questioning emotional legitimacy, rationality, or emotional perceptions. Imagine Sarah and her partner, Matt. Early in their relationship, Matt appeared confident, emotionally secure, and reassuringly self-assured. Gradually, however, subtle shifts occurred. Matt frequently accused Sarah of jealousy, suspicion, or irrational emotional insecurity, particularly during minor relational conflicts or emotional disagreements. Sarah initially felt bewildered, uncertain why Matt consistently perceived her emotions as overly insecure or irrationally anxious. Over time, however, Sarah began noticing clear emotional inconsistencies. Matt frequently displayed subtle behaviors suggesting deep personal insecurity, frequently seeking external validation, emotional reassurance, or relational control. Yet, Matt consistently projected these emotional vulnerabilities onto Sarah, skillfully portraying her as emotionally insecure, irrationally anxious, or overly dependent, subtly deflecting emotional attention from his own emotional insecurities or vulnerabilities. Projection of insecurity profoundly erodes emotional clarity, confidence, and relational autonomy over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to clearly express genuine emotional needs or relational concerns, consistently fearing emotional accusations of insecurity, irrationality, or emotional instability. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying themselves as emotionally secure, rational, and emotionally supportive, ensuring victims remain emotionally trapped, consistently questioning emotional legitimacy, autonomy, or genuine relational confidence. The true danger of projection of insecurity lies in its profound emotional subtlety and psychological impact. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional accusations reflect personal inadequacies rather than deliberate emotional manipulation. Narcissists skillfully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and emotionally vulnerable, consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing projection of insecurity requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, authenticity, and mutual emotional vulnerability, never deliberately employing emotional projection, deflection, or subtle emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If someone consistently accuses you of emotional insecurity, irrationality, or emotional dependency, particularly during minor relational conflicts or emotional disagreements, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether emotional accusations consistently deflect emotional attention from clearly perceived emotional vulnerabilities or insecurities within the manipulator. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, clarity, and genuine relational respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations, firmly refusing subtle emotional accusations, emotional deflections, or deliberately projected emotional insecurities. Document interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional manipulation, subtle accusations, or emotional deflections consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding projection of insecurity empowers you to reclaim emotional clarity, autonomy, and genuine relational intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally authentic, and mutually emotionally vulnerable. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, genuine emotional vulnerability, and authentic emotional security, never employing emotional projection, deflection, or subtle emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional vulnerability, clear emotional perceptions, and mutual emotional respect, never requiring emotional deflection or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing projection of insecurity clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic emotional vulnerability, and relational intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Mirroring values. We naturally gravitate toward people who share our beliefs, values, and core principles. This alignment fosters trust, emotional intimacy, and relational connection, making us feel deeply understood and validated. But when this alignment is artificially constructed, carefully mimicked rather than genuinely felt, it becomes a subtle yet profoundly manipulative tactic known as mirroring values. Narcissists expertly use this method, deliberately adopting the values, interests, and beliefs of their victims, creating a false sense of deep emotional compatibility and relational security. Mirroring values begins subtly and innocently, often during initial relational interactions. Narcissists carefully listen, observe, and subtly echo their victims' stated beliefs, emotional priorities, or personal interests. Initially, victims experience genuine emotional connection, convinced they've finally encountered someone who authentically shares their deepest values and emotional principles. Over time, however, inconsistencies subtly emerge, revealing that mirrored values were carefully calculated emotional strategies deliberately designed to create emotional dependency and relational control. Consider Rebecca and her new partner, James. Initially, James appeared deeply compatible, consistently expressing shared beliefs regarding family values, personal integrity, and emotional vulnerability. Rebecca felt emotionally secure, grateful for genuine relational alignment, convinced James authentically understood her emotional priorities and core beliefs. Yet, over time, subtle inconsistencies emerge. Although James consistently affirmed emotional alignment publicly, his actions subtly contradicted previously mirrored values. For instance, despite earlier expressing strong family-oriented principles, James subtly distanced Rebecca from her family, frequently suggesting emotional independence or subtly undermining familial bonds. Although initially confused, Rebecca dismissed inconsistencies as minor relational misunderstandings or emotional miscommunications, convinced emotional alignment remained genuinely authentic. Gradually, however, Rebecca realized emotional alignment had been carefully manufactured rather than authentically felt. James deliberately mirrored her emotional values initially, specifically to create emotional dependency, relational control, and emotional trust. Over time, James skillfully manipulated relational interactions, subtly eroding genuine emotional security, personal autonomy, and authentic emotional clarity. Mirroring values is profoundly effective precisely because it manipulates genuine emotional desires for authentic relational connection, mutual understanding, and emotional validation. Victims consistently hesitate to challenge emotional inconsistencies or subtle manipulative behaviors, convinced relational misunderstandings reflect personal emotional inadequacies rather than deliberate emotional manipulation. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying emotional inconsistencies as genuine emotional misunderstandings or minor relational miscommunications, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of mirroring values lies in its profound emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive relational manipulation clearly, convinced emotional alignment remains genuinely authentic. Over time, however, subtle inconsistencies significantly erode emotional clarity, relational security, and genuine emotional intimacy, consistently reinforcing emotional dependency, confusion, and relational vulnerability. Recognizing mirroring values requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine, emotional authenticity, consistent relational alignment, and mutual emotional clarity, never deliberately employing subtle emotional mirroring, relational deception, or calculated emotional manipulation for control or emotional dependency. If someone consistently mirrors emotional values initially, yet subtly contradicts previously stated beliefs or emotional priorities over time, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether relational inconsistencies consistently emerge, subtly contradicting previously mirrored values or emotional principles. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional authenticity, autonomy, and genuine relational alignment. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, relational deception, or deliberately mirrored emotional values designed for emotional dependency or relational control. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle relational deception, or deliberately mirrored emotional values consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding mirroring values empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, genuine relational clarity, and authentic emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally authentic, and genuinely supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, genuine relational alignment, and authentic emotional connection, never employing subtle emotional manipulation, relational deception, or deliberately mirrored emotional values for control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional alignment, consistent emotional clarity, and mutual relational respect, never requiring subtle manipulation or relational deception. Recognizing mirroring values clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational alignment, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Strategic forgetfulness. Memory is a powerful part of human connection. It validates experiences, builds trust, and fosters emotional intimacy. We naturally expect those closest to us to remember important conversations, commitments, or emotional boundaries. Yet, when memory becomes deliberately selective, conveniently erased or distorted, it turns into an insidious manipulation tactic known as strategic forgetfulness. Narcissists skillfully use this method, carefully choosing when and what to remember, creating confusion, frustration, and deep emotional insecurity within their victims. Strategic forgetfulness operates subtly, masked behind seemingly innocent lapses or honest mistakes. Initially, victims assume genuine misunderstandings or minor relational oversights, convinced memory lapses appear harmless, innocent, or accidental. Yet over time, clear patterns emerge. The narcissist consistently forgets emotional commitments, relational agreements, or previously communicated boundaries, specifically when convenient or advantageous. Victims become emotionally uncertain, increasingly hesitant to assert emotional needs clearly, constantly questioning their perceptions or emotional legitimacy. Consider Julia and her husband Mark. Early in their relationship, Mark appeared emotionally attentive, consistently acknowledging emotional conversations, boundaries, and mutual agreements clearly. Gradually, however, Julia noticed subtle memory inconsistencies emerging. Mark frequently forgot clearly communicated emotional needs, relational commitments, or important events, consistently attributing lapses to innocent mistakes or genuine misunderstandings. Initially, Julia accepted explanations readily, convinced Mark genuinely struggled with memory or minor relational details. Yet, repeated memory lapses consistently benefited Mark, allowing him emotional flexibility, relational freedom, or subtle emotional control. For instance, Mark consistently forgot social commitments important to Julia, subtly implying emotional independence, relational autonomy, or genuine memory challenges. Julia frequently questioned her emotional legitimacy, relational clarity, or genuine emotional perceptions, convinced memory lapses reflected personal emotional sensitivity rather than deliberate emotional manipulation. Over time, however, clear emotional patterns emerged. Mark selectively remembered details benefiting his emotional needs, relational desires, or subtle emotional control, consistently forgetting emotional agreements, boundaries, or clearly communicated relational needs specifically disadvantageous to him. Julia consistently felt emotionally frustrated, increasingly uncertain how to assert emotional clarity, autonomy, or genuine relational boundaries effectively. Strategic forgetfulness profoundly erodes emotional trust, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims increasingly hesitate to clearly communicate emotional needs or relational boundaries, consistently questioning emotional legitimacy, relational perceptions, or genuine memory accuracy. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying selective memory lapses as genuine misunderstandings, honest mistakes, or minor emotional oversights, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of strategic forgetfulness lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly. Convinced memory lapses genuinely reflect innocent misunderstandings or minor emotional oversights. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing strategic forgetfulness requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, consistent relational agreements, and authentic emotional respect, never deliberately employing selective memory lapses, relational confusion, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If someone consistently forgets emotional commitments, relational agreements, or clearly communicated emotional boundaries, particularly when advantageous or convenient, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether memory lapses consistently benefit emotional desires, relational control, or subtle emotional manipulation. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, clarity, and genuine relational respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, selective memory lapses, or deliberately strategic emotional forgetfulness. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, selective memory lapses, or deliberate relational confusion consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding strategic forgetfulness empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, consistent relational agreements, and authentic emotional respect, never employing selective memory lapses or subtle emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional clarity, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or selective emotional memory. Recognizing strategic forgetfulness clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, autonomy, and genuine relational health. Whisper campaigns. Every relationship, personal, professional, or familial, relies heavily on trust, credibility, and mutual respect. These elements form the invisible fabric that binds individuals together, ensuring emotional safety, relational clarity, and genuine intimacy. However, when trust is strategically eroded through carefully planted rumors, gossip, or subtle misinformation, it transforms into a destructive manipulation tactic known as whisper campaigns. Narcissists masterfully deploy this tactic, quietly undermining a victim's credibility, social standing, or emotional legitimacy by spreading subtle, often untraceable doubts within social circles. Whisper campaigns are insidious precisely because they operate beneath the surface, subtly introduced through quiet conversations, casual mentions, or seemingly innocent disclosures. Narcissists strategically choose trusted confidants, co-workers, family members, or mutual acquaintances, carefully planting seeds of doubt, emotional skepticism, or subtle misinformation about their victims. Initially, these quiet conversations appear genuine, confidential, or emotionally concerned, convincing listeners of emotional sincerity or authentic relational concern. Imagine Rachel and her coworker, Lisa. Initially, Lisa appeared supportive, genuinely respectful, and emotionally trustworthy, consistently acknowledging Rachel's professional capabilities and relational qualities clearly. Gradually, however, Rachel began noticing subtle, emotional shifts within their professional environment. Colleagues appeared increasingly distant, subtly hesitant, or emotionally cautious when interacting with her. Initially confused, Rachel dismissed emotional shifts as minor relational misunderstandings or professional stress, convinced colleagues genuinely misunderstood her intentions or emotional demeanor. Yet, emotional distance continued consistently, significantly eroding Rachel's professional credibility, relational trust, and emotional confidence. Unbeknownst to Rachel, Lisa quietly initiated whisper campaigns, subtly suggesting to colleagues that Rachel was emotionally unstable, professionally unreliable, or subtly untrustworthy. Each subtle conversation appeared genuinely concerned, emotionally sincere, or confidentially trustworthy, carefully planting emotional doubts or relational skepticism specifically designed to undermine Rachel's professional credibility or emotional legitimacy. Over time, Rachel increasingly struggled emotionally, consistently questioning relational perceptions, emotional legitimacy, or professional competency. Whisper campaigns profoundly erode emotional trust, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to assert emotional needs or relational boundaries clearly, consistently, uncertain how colleagues, friends, or family members perceive emotional legitimacy, relational trustworthiness, or professional credibility. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying subtle misinformation or emotional skepticism as genuine emotional concern, innocent misunderstandings, or minor professional miscommunications, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of whisper campaigns lies precisely in their profound emotional subtlety, relational insidiousness, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional shifts within social circles genuinely reflect innocent relational misunderstandings or minor emotional miscommunications. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing whisper campaigns requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational trust, and authentic emotional support, never deliberately employing subtle misinformation, emotional skepticism, or quiet relational manipulation for control or emotional dependency. If social interactions consistently involve subtle relational shifts, unexplained emotional distancing, or persistent emotional skepticism, particularly following interactions with specific individuals, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether subtle misinformation or emotional skepticism consistently emerges quietly, significantly eroding emotional trust, relational clarity, or professional credibility. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational trustworthiness, and genuine emotional legitimacy. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, relational skepticism, or deliberately strategic emotional misinformation. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle misinformation, or deliberate relational skepticism consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding whisper campaigns empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional trust, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual relational trust, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing subtle misinformation, emotional skepticism, or relational manipulation for control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional clarity, mutual relational trust, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing whisper campaigns clearly dismantles their manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Poison praise. Praise is universally considered uplifting, words of encouragement meant to celebrate our strengths, accomplishments, and unique qualities. Genuine praise nurtures confidence, fosters self-esteem, and strengthens relationships by recognizing and validating personal worth. However, praise can also become subtly tainted, laced with hidden criticisms or quiet emotional jabs designed specifically to undermine confidence, induce doubt, and reinforce emotional control. Narcissists excel at this sophisticated form of manipulation known as poison praise, cleverly disguising criticism behind seemingly kind or complimentary words. Poison praise functions subtly, often masked behind innocent remarks, gentle compliments, or seemingly heartfelt admiration. Initially, victims readily accept these comments, grateful for emotional acknowledgement or validation. Convinced narcissists genuinely celebrate their accomplishments or personal qualities. Gradually, however, subtle emotional inconsistencies emerge, quietly revealing that initial praise concealed hidden criticisms, emotional skepticism, or carefully embedded emotional doubts. Imagine Emily and her partner, David. Early in their relationship, David consistently offered Emily compliments, gently remarking on her appearance, professional abilities, or emotional strengths. Initially, Emily felt deeply affirmed, emotionally secure, and genuinely valued, convinced David authentically celebrated her emotional qualities or accomplishments. Yet, subtly embedded within David's praise emerged quiet criticisms, small emotional jabs, carefully hidden behind seemingly complimentary words. He frequently remarked gently, "You're doing really well for someone with so little experience," or commented affectionately, "You look beautiful today. It's nice to see you make an effort." Initially, Emily dismissed subtle emotional inconsistencies readily, convinced praise genuinely reflected emotional sincerity or authentic relational admiration. Gradually, however, poison praise profoundly eroded Emily's emotional confidence, self-esteem, and relational autonomy. She increasingly questioned emotional legitimacy, constantly evaluating emotional perceptions or relational qualities, consistently uncertain whether praise genuinely reflected emotional sincerity or subtly embedded emotional criticism. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying subtle emotional criticisms as genuine emotional misunderstandings, innocent compliments, or minor relational miscommunications, ensuring victims remained emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of poison praise lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced subtle emotional inconsistencies genuinely reflect innocent relational misunderstandings or minor emotional oversights. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing poisoned praise requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual emotional validation, and authentic relational support, never deliberately employing subtle emotional criticisms, quiet emotional jabs, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If praise consistently contains subtly embedded emotional criticisms, emotional skepticism, or quiet relational doubts, particularly when advantageous or emotionally controlling, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether subtle emotional criticisms consistently erode emotional confidence, relational clarity, or genuine emotional self-esteem. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, quiet emotional criticisms, or deliberately strategic emotional praise designed to erode confidence. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle criticisms, or deliberate emotional skepticism consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding poison praise empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional self-esteem, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing subtle emotional criticisms, quiet relational doubts, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing poison praise clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Identity erosion. Identity is our emotional fingerprint, a unique combination of beliefs, values, preferences, and characteristics that define who we genuinely are. It anchors our sense of self, emotional security, and relational autonomy, providing clarity and direction throughout life. Yet, when identity is deliberately undermined, subtly reshaped, or gradually dismantled by a manipulator, it transforms into a profoundly destructive tactic known as identity erosion. Narcissists carefully utilize this subtle yet devastating approach, intentionally eroding victims' sense of self, personal boundaries, and emotional autonomy, leaving them emotionally disoriented, profoundly uncertain, and emotionally dependent. Identity erosion begins subtly, often through seemingly innocent suggestions, gentle corrections, or quiet emotional nudges. Narcissists carefully challenge victims' personal preferences, subtly questioning emotional beliefs or quietly undermining personal choices, consistently suggesting emotional improvements or relational enhancements specifically tailored to narcissists' preferences or emotional desires. Initially, victims readily accept emotional suggestions, convinced relational advice or emotional insights genuinely reflect authentic relational care or emotional support. Consider Hannah and her partner Jason. Initially, Jason appeared emotionally supportive, consistently validating Hannah's personal preferences, emotional interests, and unique characteristics. Gradually, however, Jason subtly questioned Hannah's personal choices, gently suggesting emotional improvements or relational changes specifically reflecting his emotional preferences. He frequently remarked softly, "Are you sure you really like that style? I think something else suits you better." Or subtly questioned Hannah's career choices by gently implying emotional inadequacy or quiet relational skepticism. Initially, Hannah readily accepted emotional suggestions, convinced Jason genuinely cared for emotional improvement or relational support. Yet subtle emotional corrections consistently challenged her emotional identity, personal preferences, and genuine emotional autonomy. Over time, Hannah increasingly questioned emotional perceptions, personal interests, and relational choices, consistently uncertain whether preferences genuinely reflected authentic emotional desires or subtly embedded emotional manipulation. Identity erosion profoundly destabilizes emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional confidence over time. Victims become increasingly uncertain, emotionally hesitant, and profoundly disoriented, constantly reevaluating emotional preferences, personal beliefs, and relational perceptions specifically to align emotionally with narcissist preferences or subtle emotional expectations. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying subtle emotional corrections as genuine emotional suggestions, authentic relational care, or minor emotional misunderstandings, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of identity erosion lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced subtle emotional corrections genuinely reflect authentic relational care or minor emotional misunderstandings. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing identity erosion requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, authentic relational support, and mutual emotional validation, never deliberately employing subtle emotional corrections, identity reshaping, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If someone consistently challenges personal preferences, subtly questions emotional beliefs, or frequently undermines emotional autonomy, particularly when advantageous or emotionally controlling, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether subtle emotional corrections consistently erode emotional identity, relational clarity, or genuine emotional autonomy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, quiet emotional corrections, or deliberately strategic emotional suggestions designed to erode emotional identity. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle emotional corrections, or deliberate identity reshaping consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding identity erosion empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional self-esteem, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing subtle emotional corrections, identity reshaping, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing identity erosion clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Emotional breadcrumbing. In healthy relationships, emotional connection flows naturally, sustained by mutual respect, open communication, and consistent attention. Yet when affection, validation, or emotional intimacy is deliberately doled out in small, intermittent doses, just enough to keep someone emotionally invested, it becomes an insidious form of manipulation known as emotional breadcrumbing. Narcissists masterfully use this tactic, skillfully offering intermittent affection or validation, creating profound emotional uncertainty, dependency, and a perpetual sense of emotional longing within their victims. Emotional breadcrumbing is subtle and powerfully addictive. It involves providing periodic, minimal emotional gestures, such as occasional compliments, brief affectionate moments, or sporadic attention, carefully calculated to sustain emotional attachment without genuinely satisfying emotional needs. Victims initially interpret these breadcrumbs positively, convinced occasional emotional gestures genuinely indicate deeper emotional affection or relational sincerity. Gradually, however, victims become trapped in cycles of emotional anticipation, consistently waiting for intermittent emotional validation, uncertain when or if emotional needs will ever genuinely be fulfilled. Imagine Sarah and her partner, Alex. Initially, Alex seemed affectionate, consistently attentive, and genuinely emotionally supportive, providing Sarah with a profound sense of relational intimacy and emotional connection. Gradually, however, emotional intimacy diminished dramatically, replaced by intermittent emotional breadcrumbs, occasional affectionate texts, brief moments of emotional connection, or infrequent expressions of affection specifically designed to sustain emotional attachment. Sarah initially dismissed emotional inconsistencies readily, convinced occasional emotional gestures genuinely indicated deeper emotional sincerity or authentic relational care. Yet, over time, emotional breadcrumbing profoundly destabilized her emotional confidence, relational autonomy, and genuine emotional clarity. Sarah increasingly felt emotionally anxious, consistently uncertain whether emotional intimacy would ever genuinely return, trapped in perpetual emotional anticipation and uncertainty. Emotional breadcrumbing profoundly erodes emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional self-esteem over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to assert emotional boundaries clearly, consistently, fearing emotional withdrawal, abandonment, or permanent emotional rejection if emotional expectations are clearly communicated. Narcissists skillfully maintain plausible deniability, carefully portraying emotional inconsistencies as innocent emotional misunderstandings, minor relational miscommunications, or genuine emotional busyness, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of emotional breadcrumbing lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, psychological addictiveness, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional inconsistencies genuinely reflect authentic emotional busyness or minor relational oversights. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing emotional breadcrumbing requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional consistency, authentic relational support, and mutual emotional validation, never deliberately employing intermittent emotional gestures, subtle emotional withholding, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If emotional intimacy consistently fluctuates dramatically, specifically involving periodic emotional gestures followed by prolonged emotional withdrawal, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether intermittent emotional gestures consistently sustain emotional attachment without genuinely satisfying emotional needs or relational expectations. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, intermittent emotional withholding, or deliberately strategic emotional gestures designed specifically to sustain emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, intermittent emotional gestures, or deliberate emotional withholding consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding emotional breadcrumbing empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional consistency, never employing intermittent emotional withholding, subtle emotional manipulation, or emotional breadcrumbs for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing emotional breadcrumbing clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Faux empathy. Empathy is the cornerstone of genuine human connection, the emotional bridge that allows us to understand, validate, and share another person's feelings. It's powerful because it's authentic, rooted deeply in sincerity, compassion, and genuine emotional understanding. But what happens when empathy is nothing more than an elaborate performance, carefully staged by a manipulator to create a false sense of emotional connection? This dangerous tactic, known as faux empathy, allows narcissists to wield emotional control, systematically exploiting trust, vulnerability, and intimacy for their own benefit. Faux empathy functions as a subtle emotional illusion, skillfully presented by manipulators who understand precisely how empathy should look and sound. They use carefully practiced expressions of concern, warmth, and understanding, mimicking genuine empathy with chilling accuracy. Initially, victims readily accept these gestures, feeling emotionally validated, deeply understood, and authentically cared for. Yet, beneath this convincing facade lies a calculated, emotional strategy designed solely to reinforce emotional dependency, relational control, and profound emotional confusion. Consider Jennifer and her partner, Mike. Early in their relationship, Mike consistently demonstrated what appeared to be deep empathy, carefully listening to Jennifer's concerns, offering gentle reassurances, and mirroring her emotional reactions perfectly. Jennifer felt emotionally seen, validated, and genuinely secure, convinced Mike authentically understood and cared deeply about her emotional experiences. Gradually, however, subtle emotional inconsistencies emerged. Although Mike continued offering seemingly empathetic responses during conversations, his actions frequently contradicted the emotional sincerity portrayed verbally. For example, during moments of emotional distress, Mike expressed heartfelt concern, saying, "I completely understand how upset you must feel," yet simultaneously dismissed or invalidated Jennifer's emotional needs through subtle neglect or emotional withdrawal afterward. Initially, Jennifer dismissed emotional inconsistencies readily, convinced minor relational oversights genuinely reflected innocent misunderstandings or emotional busyness. Yet, repeated emotional contradictions consistently eroded Jennifer's emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy. Over time, she increasingly questioned emotional perceptions, relational clarity, and genuine emotional experiences, consistently uncertain whether empathy genuinely reflected authentic emotional sincerity or carefully staged emotional manipulation. Faux empathy profoundly destabilizes emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to clearly assert emotional boundaries or communicate emotional needs openly, consistently, fearing emotional abandonment, relational withdrawal, or profound emotional rejection if emotional inconsistencies are challenged. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying emotional contradictions as genuine emotional misunderstandings, minor relational miscommunications, or innocent emotional oversights, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of faux empathy lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, convincing emotional realism, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional contradictions genuinely reflect innocent misunderstandings or minor emotional oversights. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing faux empathy requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional consistency, authentic relational support, and mutual emotional validation, never deliberately employing subtle emotional contradictions, carefully staged emotional gestures, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If empathy consistently appears genuine verbally, yet frequently contradicts emotional actions or relational behaviors, particularly during emotional vulnerability or emotional distress, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether emotional contradictions consistently erode emotional trust, relational clarity, or genuine emotional intimacy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, emotional contradictions, or deliberately staged emotional gestures specifically designed for emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle emotional contradictions, or deliberate emotional manipulation consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding faux empathy empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional consistency, never employing subtle emotional contradictions, carefully staged emotional gestures, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing faux empathy clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Exploiting vulnerability. Vulnerability is the raw essence of genuine emotional connection. It is the willingness to reveal one's true self, complete with fears, insecurities, and deeply held desires. When shared openly, vulnerability creates bonds of trust, intimacy, and profound emotional closeness. However, when someone deliberately targets and manipulates these vulnerabilities, twisting authentic openness into a means of control, it becomes a devastating tactic known as exploiting vulnerability. Narcissists expertly utilize this subtle yet destructive strategy, carefully turning personal weaknesses or emotional disclosures into powerful tools for emotional dominance, dependency, and relational manipulation. Exploiting vulnerability begins subtly, often masquerading as genuine emotional support, deep understanding, or heartfelt compassion. Narcissists appear empathetic listeners, encouraging victims to share intimate details about their insecurities, past traumas, fears, or personal struggles. Victims, convinced of the manipulator's sincerity and genuine emotional concern, feel safe to expose their deepest vulnerabilities openly. However, the manipulator carefully stores this information, strategically weaponizing it later to reinforce emotional control, dependency, or emotional domination. Consider Sophia and her partner Ben. Early in their relationship, Ben seemed exceptionally attentive, compassionate, and emotionally supportive, gently encouraging Sophia to share her innermost fears, insecurities, and past experiences. Initially, Sophia felt emotionally validated, deeply comforted, and genuinely understood, believing Ben authentically cared about her emotional well-being. Yet gradually, Ben began subtly using Sophia's vulnerabilities against her during conflicts, emotional disagreements, or relational power struggles. During heated conversations, Ben frequently referenced Sophia's past traumas, emotional insecurities, or deeply held fears, carefully implying emotional instability, relational inadequacy, or personal weakness. He would quietly remark, "Given your past, maybe you're overreacting again," or gently imply, "I thought you'd worked through this issue. Clearly, it's still affecting your judgment." Initially, Sophia dismissed emotional inconsistencies, convinced subtle emotional references genuinely reflected innocent misunderstandings, minor relational oversights, or authentic emotional concern. Yet repeated emotional exploitation profoundly destabilized her emotional confidence, relational autonomy, and genuine emotional intimacy. Over time, Sophia increasingly questioned emotional perceptions, relational clarity, and genuine emotional stability, consistently uncertain whether emotional insecurities genuinely reflected authentic emotional struggles or subtly manipulated emotional exploitation. Exploiting vulnerability profoundly erodes emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to share emotional vulnerabilities openly, consistently fearing emotional betrayal, relational abandonment, or profound emotional rejection if emotional disclosures are weaponized again. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying subtle emotional exploitation as genuine emotional misunderstandings, innocent relational miscommunications, or authentic emotional concern, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of exploiting vulnerability lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, relational betrayal, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional exploitation genuinely reflects innocent relational misunderstandings or authentic emotional concern. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing exploiting vulnerability requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional safety, mutual relational trust, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing subtle emotional exploitation, carefully weaponized emotional disclosures, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If emotional vulnerabilities consistently become tools for emotional control, relational manipulation, or subtle emotional criticism, particularly during emotional conflicts or relational disagreements, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether subtle emotional references consistently erode emotional confidence, relational trust, or genuine emotional intimacy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, emotional exploitation, or deliberately weaponized emotional disclosures designed specifically to reinforce emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle emotional references, or deliberate emotional manipulation consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding exploiting vulnerability empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally safe, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional trust, never employing subtle emotional exploitation, carefully weaponize emotional disclosures, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional safety, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing exploiting vulnerability clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational trust, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational security, and genuine relational health. Double-bind communication. Communication is typically our pathway to understanding, clarity, and emotional connection. Yet, in the hands of a skilled manipulator, it can become a sophisticated psychological trap, a confusing maze designed specifically to leave you emotionally disoriented and profoundly insecure. This subtle but devastating tactic, known as double-bind communication, places the victim in an impossible position no matter what choice they make. Every decision feels wrong. Every option leads to emotional criticism, rejection, or judgment, keeping the victim constantly guessing and emotionally trapped. Double-bind communication is insidiously powerful because it thrives on contradictions. The manipulator presents two conflicting messages or demands simultaneously, ensuring the victim feels compelled to choose between them, though both options inevitably lead to emotional pain, judgment, or criticism. Initially, victims may assume genuine misunderstandings or minor relational confusions, convinced the manipulator's contradictory messages are accidental or innocent. Gradually, however, repeated double binds create deep emotional anxiety, profound confusion, and a paralyzing fear of making any emotional decision. Imagine Emily and her mother, Linda. Throughout Emily's childhood and into adulthood, Linda frequently employed double-bind communication, subtly yet effectively. Linda would often express disappointment that Emily rarely spent enough time with her, complaining, "You never prioritize our relationship. Clearly, you don't care." Yet whenever Emily arranged dedicated time together, Linda would quickly criticize, remarking bitterly, "You shouldn't waste your precious time with me. I'm sure you have better things to do." Initially, Emily felt confused, emotionally disoriented, and deeply uncertain how to respond, convinced her mother's contradictory messages genuinely reflected emotional misunderstandings or minor relational oversights. However, repeated emotional double binds profoundly eroded Emily's emotional confidence, relational autonomy, and genuine emotional clarity. She became perpetually anxious, constantly anticipating emotional rejection, judgment, or profound relational criticism, regardless of her choices or actions. Double-bind communication profoundly destabilizes emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims increasingly question emotional perceptions, relational clarity, and genuine emotional choices, consistently fearing emotional abandonment, rejection, or profound emotional judgment, regardless of emotional decisions. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying contradictory messages as genuine emotional misunderstandings, innocent relational confusion, or authentic emotional dilemmas, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of double-bind communication lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, psychological confusion, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced contradictory messages genuinely reflect innocent relational misunderstandings or authentic emotional dilemmas. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing double-bind communication requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational trust, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing contradictory messages, subtle emotional traps, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If communication consistently involves contradictory messages, conflicting emotional demands, or subtle emotional dilemmas, particularly when advantageous or emotionally controlling. Carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether contradictory messages consistently erode emotional confidence, relational clarity, or genuine emotional intimacy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, contradictory messages, or deliberately strategic emotional dilemmas designed specifically to reinforce emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, contradictory emotional demands, or deliberate emotional confusion consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding double-bind communication empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing contradictory messages, subtle emotional traps, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing double-bind communication clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Normalization of abuse. Every relationship has unique boundaries and expectations that define what's acceptable behavior and what's not. Ideally, these limits are grounded in mutual respect, empathy, and trust. Yet, when harmful behaviors become systematically minimized, dismissed, or portrayed as acceptable, the line between healthy interaction and abuse can blur dangerously. This subtle yet powerful tactic, known as the normalization of abuse, involves gradually conditioning a victim to accept harmful treatment as ordinary, tolerable, or even deserved, profoundly damaging their emotional well-being and autonomy. The normalization of abuse doesn't occur overnight. Rather, it unfolds gradually through subtle adjustments, gentle rationalizations, and consistent reinforcement. At first, victims might feel uneasy or confused by harmful behaviors, convinced these actions must reflect temporary stress, misunderstandings, or genuine emotional struggles. Manipulators skillfully exploit this uncertainty, repeatedly justifying abusive actions with plausible excuses, stressful work conditions, difficult past experiences, or genuine emotional misunderstandings. Gradually, victims internalize these justifications, consistently questioning their own perceptions, emotional legitimacy, or boundaries, becoming emotionally desensitized to abusive behavior. Consider Sophie and her partner Mark. Early in their relationship, Mark occasionally displayed aggressive behavior during conflicts, raising his voice or making belittling comments. Initially, Sophie felt deeply unsettled, confronting Mark cautiously. Yet, Mark consistently rationalized his behavior, gently insisting, "I only yelled because you upset me," or calmly remarking, "Everyone gets angry, you're being overly sensitive." Initially, Sophie resisted emotional rationalizations, convinced aggressive behavior remained unacceptable. Yet, Mark persistently minimized his actions, carefully framing harmful behaviors as common relational disagreements or natural emotional expressions. Over time, Sophie began internalizing Mark's subtle rationalizations, consistently questioning her emotional perceptions, legitimacy, or boundaries. Gradually, behaviors initially perceived as harmful or abusive became normalized, consistently minimized or dismissed as ordinary emotional exchanges or minor relational misunderstandings. Normalization of abuse profoundly destabilizes emotional clarity, relational autonomy, and genuine emotional boundaries. Victims become increasingly hesitant to identify harmful behaviors clearly, consistently uncertain whether emotional experiences genuinely reflect abuse or minor relational oversights. Narcissists skillfully maintain plausible deniability, carefully portraying harmful behaviors as genuine emotional misunderstandings, innocent relational conflicts, or natural emotional expressions, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of normalization of abuse lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, relational manipulation, and gradual psychological conditioning. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced harmful behaviors genuinely reflect innocent misunderstandings or natural emotional expressions. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing normalization of abuse requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational respect, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing subtle emotional rationalizations, gradual desensitization, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If harmful behaviors consistently become rationalized, minimized, or dismissed, particularly during emotional conflicts or relational disagreements, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether harmful behaviors consistently erode emotional clarity, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional boundaries. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly, refusing subtle emotional manipulation, gradual desensitization, or deliberately strategic emotional rationalizations designed specifically to reinforce emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of harmful behavior, subtle emotional rationalizations, or deliberate emotional minimization consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding. Dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding normalization of abuse empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional boundaries, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally safe, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional respect, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing gradual desensitization, subtle emotional rationalizations, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing normalization of abuse clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Excessive idealization. Idealization feels intoxicating. Being placed on a pedestal, adored, and admired deeply can seem like the ultimate validation of your worth. It suggests you finally found someone who sees your true value, someone who recognizes your uniqueness and extraordinary qualities. But when admiration becomes exaggerated, relentless, and overly intense, it transforms into a powerful manipulation tactic known as excessive idealization. Carefully orchestrated by a narcissist, this technique serves to emotionally overwhelm and captivate their victim, creating deep emotional dependence, blurred boundaries, and ultimately profound vulnerability. Excessive idealization typically occurs early in relationships. Narcissists skillfully shower their target with overwhelming praise, affection, attention, and emotional intensity. At first glance, these gestures seem genuine, deeply romantic, and profoundly affirming. Victims quickly become emotionally captivated, convinced they've finally encountered someone who appreciates them on an exceptional, unparalleled level. The narcissist appears almost infatuated, repeatedly declaring intense emotional devotion, placing their victim at the very center of their emotional universe. Consider Olivia and her new partner, Adam. In the early stages of their relationship, Adam demonstrated overwhelming admiration, frequently praising Olivia's intelligence, beauty, kindness, and unique talents. He frequently remarked passionately, "You're unlike anyone I've ever met. I can't believe someone as perfect as you exists," or insisted emotionally, "My life had no meaning before you." Initially, Olivia felt profoundly flattered, deeply validated, and emotionally secure, believing Adam genuinely saw her as extraordinary and irreplaceable. However, this intense idealization gradually began revealing subtle emotional inconsistencies. Adam's admiration was relentless, frequently crossing emotional boundaries into uncomfortable, overwhelming territory. He consistently demanded Olivia's attention and emotional availability, subtly implying emotional neglect if she attempted to maintain personal boundaries or pursue individual interests. Whenever Olivia expressed discomfort or sought emotional space, Adam quickly portrayed emotional devastation or abandonment, carefully reinforcing emotional dependency and guilt. Initially, Olivia dismissed subtle emotional inconsistencies, convinced minor emotional demands genuinely reflected passionate romantic feelings or authentic emotional intensity, yet repeated emotional pressure profoundly destabilized her emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional boundaries. Olivia became increasingly hesitant to assert emotional needs or personal independence, consistently fearing emotional rejection, abandonment, or profound emotional guilt if emotional expectations weren't consistently met. Excessive idealization profoundly erodes emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims become increasingly uncertain, emotionally hesitant, and profoundly dependent, consistently questioning emotional perceptions, relational clarity, or genuine emotional experiences. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying overwhelming emotional demands as authentic romantic intensity, profound emotional devotion, or innocent relational misunderstandings, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of excessive idealization lies precisely in its profound emotional intensity, manipulative subtlety, and psychological addictiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced overwhelming admiration genuinely reflects authentic emotional devotion or passionate, romantic feelings. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing excessive idealization requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational respect, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing relentless emotional intensity, overwhelming emotional demands, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If admiration consistently feels overwhelming, emotionally demanding, or subtly manipulative, particularly when asserting emotional boundaries or seeking personal independence, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether overwhelming admiration consistently erodes emotional confidence, relational clarity, or genuine emotional boundaries. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, relentless emotional demands, or deliberately overwhelming emotional gestures specifically designed for emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, overwhelming emotional intensity, or deliberate emotional manipulation consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding excessive idealization empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional respect, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing overwhelming emotional demands, relentless emotional intensity, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or overwhelming emotional manipulation. Recognizing excessive idealization clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Incremental isolation. Isolation is a devastating tactic, but it rarely happens suddenly. Instead, it unfolds slowly, step by step, until the victim suddenly realizes they've become profoundly isolated, emotionally trapped, and dependent on their manipulator. This gradual yet highly strategic method is known as incremental isolation, a sophisticated manipulation tactic often deployed by narcissists to systematically separate their victims from friends, family, colleagues, and any outside source of emotional support or perspective. Incremental isolation typically starts subtly, almost invisibly. At first, the manipulator might express seemingly innocent concerns or criticisms about the victim's friends or family members. They casually question the trustworthiness, motives, or emotional stability of these individuals, quietly planting seeds of doubt and uncertainty. Initially, victims dismiss these subtle comments, convinced the manipulator genuinely cares or simply misunderstands. Yet, over time, these doubts become internalized, causing the victim to distance themselves slowly from external relationships. increasingly relying solely upon their manipulator for emotional validation and support. Imagine Laura and her partner, Tom. At first, Tom seemed deeply caring and attentive, constantly expressing concern for Laura's well-being. Gradually, however, Tom began subtly questioning Laura's friendships, suggesting gently that certain friends were untrustworthy or didn't genuinely care about her. When Laura spent time with her friends, Tom appeared subtly hurt or disappointed, quietly implying emotional neglect or relational abandonment. Initially, Laura reassured Tom, convinced his concerns were harmless misunderstandings or genuine emotional insecurities. However, Tom persisted, gently reinforcing emotional doubts over time. He would often remark softly, "I just worry about how negatively they influence you," or subtly imply Laura's family didn't genuinely understand or support her. These subtle emotional manipulations caused Laura to gradually question her outside relationships, slowly withdrawing emotionally from friends, family, and colleagues, feeling increasingly guilty or uncomfortable maintaining connections that clearly displeased Tom. Incremental isolation profoundly destabilizes emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy over time. Victims become increasingly uncertain, emotionally hesitant, and profoundly dependent, consistently questioning emotional perceptions, relational clarity, or genuine emotional connections. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying emotional isolation as authentic relational concern, innocent emotional misunderstandings, or minor relational insecurities, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of incremental isolation lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, gradual psychological conditioning, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly. Convinced emotional isolation genuinely reflects innocent misunderstandings or authentic relational concerns. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing incremental isolation requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational respect, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing gradual emotional distancing, subtle emotional doubts, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If outside relationships consistently become sources of emotional doubt, relational guilt, or subtle emotional criticism, particularly when maintaining personal independence or emotional boundaries, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether emotional isolation consistently erodes emotional confidence, relational clarity, or genuine emotional autonomy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, gradual emotional distancing, or deliberately strategic emotional isolation, specifically designed for emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle emotional criticisms, or deliberate emotional distancing consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding incremental isolation empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional respect, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing gradual emotional distancing, subtle emotional doubts, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing incremental isolation clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health. Reputation. Smearing. Our reputations carry immense value, shaping how others perceive, trust, and interact with us. A strong reputation can open doors, foster relationships, and build emotional security. But what happens when someone deliberately targets your reputation, systematically undermining it with distorted narratives, subtle innuendos, or blatant falsehoods? This tactic, known as reputation smearing, is a particularly insidious form of manipulation designed specifically by narcissists to erode social standing, isolate victims, and maintain emotional dominance and control. Reputation smearing is uniquely destructive because it typically unfolds quietly and strategically behind the scenes. The manipulator carefully plants subtle doubts, exaggerated concerns, or outright misinformation about their target, usually within shared social circles, family groups, or professional environments. At first, these rumors or negative insinuations appear innocuous or believable, disguised as genuine concern, casual observations, or heartfelt emotional disclosures. Gradually, however, they poison relationships, create emotional distance, and profoundly destabilize the victim's sense of emotional security and social confidence. Imagine Jessica and her colleague, Rachel. Initially, Rachel appeared friendly, cooperative, and emotionally supportive in their shared workplace. However, Jessica gradually noticed subtle changes in their co-workers' attitudes and behaviors. People appeared increasingly distant, skeptical, or cautious around her, leaving Jessica confused and emotionally disoriented. Unbeknownst to Jessica, Rachel quietly initiated reputation smearing, subtly implying to colleagues that Jessica was emotionally unstable, professionally incompetent, or subtly untrustworthy. Rachel frequently employed gentle emotional hints, casually remarking, "I just worry about Jessica's emotional state sometimes," or subtly questioning Jessica's competence in confidential conversations, framing her words as genuine concern or emotional sincerity. Initially, co-workers readily accepted Rachel's subtle emotional insinuations, convinced her words genuinely reflected authentic emotional observations or heartfelt concerns. Yet, over time, these quiet rumors profoundly eroded Jessica's professional credibility, emotional autonomy, and genuine relational trust within her workplace. Initially, Jessica dismissed emotional inconsistencies, convinced emotional shifts within her social circle genuinely reflected innocent misunderstandings or minor emotional miscommunications. However, repeated subtle smears consistently destabilized her emotional confidence, relational clarity, and genuine social interactions, leaving her increasingly isolated, emotionally uncertain, and profoundly vulnerable to further manipulation. Reputation smearing profoundly destabilizes emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional security over time. Victims become increasingly hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, consistently fearing further emotional isolation, rejection, or profound emotional judgment from their social circles. Narcissists carefully maintain plausible deniability, skillfully portraying subtle smears as genuine emotional misunderstandings, innocent relational concerns, or authentic emotional disclosures, ensuring victims remain emotionally uncertain, profoundly confused, and consistently emotionally dependent. The true danger of reputation smearing lies precisely in its profound emotional subtlety, quiet social destructiveness, and manipulative effectiveness. Victims rarely perceive emotional manipulation clearly, convinced emotional shifts within their social circles genuinely reflect innocent relational misunderstandings or authentic emotional concerns. Narcissists carefully reinforce emotional dependency, ensuring victims remain emotionally silenced, profoundly uncertain, and consistently hesitant to assert emotional boundaries, relational autonomy, or genuine emotional perceptions clearly. Recognizing reputation smearing requires careful emotional awareness and objective evaluation of relational interactions. Healthy relationships prioritize genuine emotional clarity, mutual relational respect, and authentic emotional validation, never deliberately employing subtle misinformation, quiet relational doubts, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. If social interactions consistently involve unexplained emotional distance, subtle skepticism, or persistent relational uncertainty, particularly following interactions with specific individuals, carefully evaluate emotional patterns objectively. Notice clearly whether subtle misinformation or emotional insinuations consistently erode emotional trust, relational clarity, or genuine emotional intimacy. Protecting yourself involves clearly establishing emotional boundaries, calmly yet firmly asserting emotional autonomy, relational clarity, and genuine emotional respect. Clearly communicate emotional expectations openly, firmly refusing subtle emotional manipulation, misinformation, or deliberately strategic relational doubts designed specifically to reinforce emotional dependency. Document relational interactions objectively, noting clear patterns of emotional inconsistency, subtle misinformation, or deliberate emotional smearing consistently occurring. Seek external validation and support from trusted individuals, providing emotional clarity, objective perspective, and supportive emotional grounding, dismantling manipulative tactics through clear awareness and emotional independence. Understanding reputation smearing empowers you to reclaim emotional autonomy, relational trust, and genuine emotional intimacy, ensuring relationships remain consistently respectful, emotionally clear, and authentically supportive. Healthy relationships prioritize clear emotional communication, mutual emotional validation, and authentic emotional clarity, never employing subtle misinformation, quiet relational doubts, or emotional manipulation for relational control or emotional dependency. Remember, genuine emotional intimacy thrives on authentic emotional validation, mutual relational respect, and consistent emotional accountability, never requiring emotional confusion or subtle emotional manipulation. Recognizing reputation smearing clearly dismantles its manipulative power, allowing genuine emotional autonomy, authentic relational clarity, and emotional intimacy to flourish openly, restoring emotional confidence, relational trust, and genuine relational health.